This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Yellowstone National Park has announced the discovery of a new thermal feature, a 13-foot baby blue hot spring in the Norris Geyser Basin. The U.S. Geological Survey announced that the new pool emerged sometime around Christmas and was first spotted in April. While the feature doesn't have a name, Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's an exciting new addition to the most dynamic thermal basin in Yellowstone.
It wasn't there December 19th of 2024, but it started forming within that window. And by February, we had a 13-foot wide pool. It's a hot spring, so its water is warm but not scalding hot. The kind of milky blue color, which Wendy so aptly described like the blue milk from Star Wars, comes from the high amount of dissolved silica in the water. So it's just kind of like a cloudy blue.
Unlike the explosion in Biscuit Basin last year or other more volatile changes in Yellowstone, the event that led to the formation of this new pool didn't register on any of Yellowstone's seismic stations and barely registered on acoustic sensors. While efforts are moving forward to reverse part of a Biden administration rule that would end mining coal in Wyoming's Powder River Basin by 2041, Montana faces a similar fight. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Montana's entire congressional delegation has introduced legislation to overturn a Biden-era decision that effectively bans new coal leasing on nearly 2 million acres of federal land in eastern Montana.
It's a lot of area, it's a lot of coal resource, and we'll see how the industry responds. We spoke to one local conservationist who's worried that this whole process and approval timeline is speeding up so much that he's concerned that he and his neighbors might not have their voice heard as they're watching different areas in eastern Montana get put up for potential development.
The Powder River Basin spans both Montana and Wyoming and makes up about 85% of federal coal production and 40% of all coal production in the U.S. A 61-year-old New Zealand man was sentenced Monday to 4 to 4.5 years in a Wyoming prison for stealing millions of dollars in silver and gold from his father's Lincoln County home while his 90-year-old father was away. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in late 2023, Michael Reps started taking gold from his father's home, but told authorities he had no idea that his case would surface to the criminal level, adding that he was trying to intervene in what he saw as a family crisis.
According to Reps, he was worried that someone was pilfering the family money and that the Reps side of the family was getting cut out of the will or of other help. But on the other side of that, Lincoln County's chief deputy prosecutor, Ember Oakley, was like, okay, so if you were just trying to help your siblings and preserve your dad's wishes, why are you spending tens and tens of thousands of dollars on designer bags and clothing, events, high dollar wines, things like that?
Reps was also ordered to pay $2 million in restitution to his father, an amount meant to offset any sums he's ordered to pay in a civil case filed in a Nevada court. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
For Harvey DeSelm's dreams really do come true. For nearly 2 decades, the Cheyenne art dealer has dreamed of seeing bronze sculptures lining every corner of Capitol Avenue. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that now Cheyenne's Capitol Avenue Bronze Project is closing in on its 100th sculpture. There have been 82 installed so far, and another 9 are already spoken for and in the works.
When they started this, Wendy, they thought it would take them 3 years to get to 32 statues. And 20 months later, they had a statue on every corner of Capitol Avenue, putting up bronze statues. That's usually a pretty time-consuming, lengthy process. 3 years, 32 statues was already pretty ambitious. They started in 2021. Here it is 2025, and they've almost reached 100.
DeSelm said the sculptures have captured not just the history of Cheyenne and Wyoming, but its personality as well. Cowboy culture shines out from them, and it's captivating to the tourists who visit every year. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Good morning. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're halfway through July. I saw yesterday somebody posted something on Facebook that said it was 30 minutes ago. It was July 4th. Now it's July 14th. It's like July moves really fast.
Yeah, I think as you age, and today's my birthday. Speaking of aging, but don't ask me how old because I refuse to age gracefully.
I would never ask a lady her weight or her age.
Good.
Wow. Happy birthday, Jen.
Thank you.
I don't have a happy birthday song.
That's okay. I actually hate that song, so I don't need it.
Yeah. Okay.
I just need you to acknowledge it, though.
Yeah. July 15th is your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to write that down.
Thank you.
Should we meet again in another 365 days? You never know.
Gifts are always welcome.
July 5th. I don't know anyone born in July except Murica. Yeah. That's okay. Good deal. Where were you born? Ohio.
No, Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, all of my family is from Pittsburgh. And then my dad and mom moved to Ohio when I was young.
Yeah.
5.
Pittsburgh. Oh, the things I'm learning.
Yeah, it's all just stick with me, Jake. You will learn a lot.
You're becoming 3-dimensional to me now.
Yes.
Interesting.
And I just got bit by a dog yesterday. What adult does that happen to?
Oh. What happened?
I was just walking through, I live in a condo, and we have this beautiful sculpted, series of walkways. And so I was just walking by a poodle, and he became very aggressive, broke off his chain, and attacked me. I'm like, what? That hasn't happened to me since I was a kid.
Something about you.
Yeah.
A poodle?
A poodle. It was
like
a big
little.
One.
Oh.
No. One of those full size.
Yeah, I don't like the big ones. What are they called? Are they actually poodles or are they?
Yeah, there's an actual, I don't know if it's standard size poodle. There's a large poodle.
I don't like them.
Yeah, he had a look in his eye. I tried to do the Crocodile Dundee thing to keep him at bay, but it didn't work. He just came right at me.
Oh, what is it about you on a day before your birthday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really depressing. Because I think dogs, if dogs don't like you, I think you're a bad person.
Dogs have good sense about that, but poodles aren't dogs.
Yeah, you're right. Poodles aren't dogs. So I'm not going to let that.
They've fallen far from the wolf tree. I mean, look at them. No.
Yeah, what are they exactly?
They're not
and
dogs.
This one just had a bad look in his eye. I mean, he was just an angry dog.
People.
But I've survived.
Okay. You're all right.
Yeah.
Good.
All is good.
And remember, to learn the lesson of forgiveness. Oh my goodness. It's all over your story, which I just read. It's a 21-minute read. I read it. I read really fast. I read it all during the news break at the top of the hour. Really. Wow. So I kind of knew this was coming. And it's cool because the photo for your story, the lead photo, like the caption doesn't explain who's who. So I tried to guess. I'm like, I'll bet that's the bank robber on the right. And I think that's the cop on the, like, I just.
Did you get it right?
I think I got it right. Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah.
Mark is the guy in glasses.
Yeah. Mark is the guy who he developed a little bit of a drug habit in college back in Minnesota. He moved to Wyoming, thought he'd, make some money to supply his drug habit, maybe make some money in the oil fields, but he had no skills there.
His skills were so bad. And I don't know anything about equipment, but he dropped a wrench down some hole that you're not in it. The diamond drill bit. It was bad, and he got stuck in cement.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he said it was just like abysmal, and I thought, he had kicked his habit by then. So he was looking to get, and he showed up for his interview in a suit and tie to the rig
to be a roughneck. Yeah,
that kind of shows you where that he was going with this.
I have aspirations to get into management. Okay, kid. First, go get a hard hat. Yeah, so he was really inept. That didn't work. And he moved to Jackson, and Jackson, you can wait tables for some quick cash. That was a smart move. That didn't quite work out either, though.
Not fast enough. And he got a coupon book, and I don't really understand, but he was trying to. It was a quick get rich quick scheme type thing, and it didn't work. He ended up further in debt, which is exactly something I would do. That would be me in that situation. So he was his rent was due, and he was just like, and he didn't want to ask his parents for help or anybody for help.
Yeah. Down on your luck, and you either ask mom or dad, or you rob a bank. And that's where the bad decision making, like, come on, dude, no.
Yeah.
But he essentially got away with it for a little while.
Just a little while.
Where was the bank that he robbed?
It was in Craig, Colorado. So I think that's like 45 minutes over in Colorado. I don't know. I'm directionless, but he was heading to the Rock Springs border because he was coming back to Wyoming, and he had about over $10,000. And he had heard on the radio they were looking for a red sports car, and he was in a tan Dodge. So he's like, maybe I will get away with this.
Yeah. And wait a minute. He heard on the police radio? Was he at a scanner? Just regular radio?
Just regular radio. Yeah. And he said within 10 minutes of fleeing, he heard bank robbery, looking for a guy in a red sports car. And there was some detail, and I didn't quite understand, but the red sports car had a stolen license plate. So that vehicle was even more suspect. And I don't know what happened with that red vehicle. So and he was like, what are the odds of that? So he was thinking for a minute, maybe he pulled this off. And then Steve Watt pulled him over about 20 miles south of Rock Springs. And he was just pulling him over to see if he saw that red car. And Mark
wait, you can't pull somebody over for that.
Yeah, I don't know.
There had to be something wrong with you can't just pull people over and say, have you seen this car we're looking for?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a disconnect in this story. And remember, this is 40 years ago, so both of them kind of had a different take on this. And Steve, in Steve's accounting, it was the tan car he was going to pull over. There was something that had come out about it. So I'm not sure where that 40-year disconnect is. However, Steve did pull him over, of course, and that's where the shooting happened. And to see these men together 40 years later, and I just went through just a tiny bit of pain yesterday with this dog bite. To imagine what Steve went through with all that pain, and remember, it cost him his career. And this was a kid who
you explain in the story that And by the way, just to catch you up, we're talking to Jen Coker, wrote this story. Former Wyoming cop forgives bank robber who shot him multiple times, left him for dead 43 years ago. In a story of forgiveness, the cop, the trooper, you mentioned in the story that he was going to work just like a half day. He wasn't even expected to be out, really. He was going to do some paperwork, so he didn't have the vest on. He didn't have the protective vest. And and then you mentioned it cost him his career. He recovered, right? And he went back to law enforcement, but he found that he just had PTSD. He would ask people, let me see your driver's license. They would reach for it, and he would get all freaked out. They were going for a gun. I can't imagine, or I can imagine. Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, it's so, and this is a kid who grew up wanting to be a trooper since he was like 6. And he was so committed that he told me a story of, there was a trooper that he just worshiped, and I can't think of the man's name, but he had heard, this guy was on a search when he was just a kid for a guy on the run. And he actually got into his car and drove out there and tried to help him. I mean, this is before he became a trooper. So this guy was, to the point where he was just so black and white, right and wrong. There are cops and there are bad guys, period. He even pulled his wife over for a speeding ticket, and she was a cop.
Right. I saw that. Explain the life trajectory of the trooper, Watt. After the shooting, after his recovery, he's like, I can't do law enforcement anymore. I'm not good at this job now. I'm not, this is going to be bad. But during this time, what was his feeling towards the bank robber who shot him? Like, he was not having Christian thoughts at this time. He had not come to an enlightenment. He was bitter. He was angry, no? Or
he was exceptionally angry.
Oh.
And when he fell out of the police car and Mark was retreating back to his vehicle, he had the opportunity to shoot Mark in the back. He could have done that, but that's not proper police protocol. So he had to wait per protocol, as I understand it, to get into the vehicle and actually flee. So he held on to those shots and he could have killed him. So that was his thinking as he sat there recovering, and how angry and bitter he was. And he said he just turned to alcohol and pain pills. And his wife, he was only married for 6 months, and his wife was really trying to help him through it. And then she started going to church. And that's where he started seeing a change in her, because she's right there with him in this, trying to work through this. And she started coming home happy and full of joy. And he was just watching her, thinking, that's a better way to live. He was really eating up alive by his anger.
Yeah. And it doesn't take, it doesn't take religion or finding the truth and God to come to a point where you realize, unforgiveness poisons the container it's held in. And if you walk around like that, you're not doing yourself any favors. So he found the way, enlightened by the wife. That's good news, and he's on the right path, in my opinion. And man, he's taken that to the extreme. You hear about people who have found God, found Jesus, and the whole forgiveness thing in the Bible, and they take it all the way. You see them showing up in court a lot, and they're the victim of the family, that maybe they're the parents of a victim, and they go to court and they say, I've already forgiven him because Jesus has already forgiven him. And you think that is to another level. But Trooper Watt has gotten there. What's he doing today, Steve Watt?
Today he's retired.
Yeah.
He was on the Sweetwater County Sheriff. I believe he was there in their communication, and also did DARE in the schools. But he is now medically retired. He just went through a round of surgeries again. His recent surgeries, or his earlier surgeries, had started to give out. So the last couple of years have been a lot of surgeries for this guy. So he's recovering. The most positive guy I've ever met. he was telling me his new wife, he goes, he's out and he's just talking Jesus all the time and embarrassing her. But he is the most positive man I've ever met. Both he and Mark, to see them together, if you want to feel good about yourself for an afternoon, hang out with those guys in a park. And you walk away just like, this is, there's so much light around them. I say as an objective reporter, but
yeah. So Steve Watt on the outside, thanks to a wife, came to a new way of thinking and living. And what about the guy? What about Mark? He's in prison. Did he was a model prisoner? Did he come to turn his life around while he was incarcerated before he was pardoned?
He did. It took him a lot longer. I think it took him more than a decade to come around, because Steve was just like, you need to accept God. And he's like, I can't do it for you. I'm sorry. I'm glad you've forgiven me, but I can't. This has to be me getting there. And he said it was at the point where he had gotten everything, his first commutation got turned down, and he had done everything that he was told he should do. He got a college degree. He got, model citizen prisoner, and he was working. He had started a business. He had started, he was doing everything you should do. And the governor, I can't remember which one it was. It could have been Geringer that Jimmy worked for, said no. So he was really angry, and he had been transferred out of state to one of those prisons in the South. And some guy came in and kind of started messing with his cellie. That's a term, cellie.
Ah, look at you.
Mm-hmm. His roommate, cellie.
Yeah.
So he just got in a fight with this guy. And he got, called. And he said it was one of those places where they will shoot you from above when you're fighting. And he saw that as a sign also, that he didn't get shot. But they threw him into solitary confinement. And that's where he realized he couldn't do it alone. And that was his conversion moment.
Wow. What a story. 2 lives turned around. Could have went a whole different way.
Yeah. And Mark, I get a lot of texts from him telling me, what he's doing. Most positive person. He volunteered all day Sunday. And he's putting me on to other positive stories. So I may take a break from the darkness and come to the lightness.
Yeah, you deserve it. See, it is your birthday today, and you got dogs biting you. Instead of a cake, you're not blowing out candles. You're blowing on your wound.
That's it.
Dumb poodle.
Poodles.
Thursday, let's talk about your other story. The retired Wyoming sheriff still haunted by the man he could never find.
I should have more on that too. You have a good day, and I love you have a rock star look today. You've got like a shiny, glittery shirt.
It's a jacket because I'm cold. I got the first jacket I could find, and I got the
in your
rock
hair.
star.
You got the look going.
Going rock star today.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, and happy birthday, Jen.
Thank you. You have a good one.
All right, you too. Jen Coker on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll get right back to everything with Greg Johnson after this break. Stay with us.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Greg Johnson joins us, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. And we just finished up with Jen. It's her birthday. Did you know that, Greg?
I do now.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Jen. Make sure you tell her at the meeting today. And she got bit by a dog yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Some poodle bit her.
That's not a dog.
That's what I said. That's not. That what I said. That ain't no dog. Poodle. Poodles are the Karens of the dog world. They just go around with a chip on their shoulder because they know they're not a dog.
Yeah, well, it depends. There's some poodles that are like huge.
Yeah, and this was one of them big ones, which I think are worse than the little one. The little ones kind of understand that they're a pocket purse, basically. They're just an accessory to whatever woman owns them. But the big ones, they're the nasty ones. Yeah, I don't like poodles. You watch a home run derby? Did you see that?
I did not. Didn't watch it at all.
That Seattle catcher won it.
Yeah. I saw something about that, but I don't get too much into the extra all-star stuff.
Yeah, me neither, because that's not baseball, same as a poodle's not a dog. Like, that's not baseball. That's just a show. That's just dumb. They got to do away with every sports all-star game they have to get rid of. In football, they're already doing flag. They're not even playing the game.
Don't they have isn't there some kind of rule that there has to be at least one player from every team on the all-star team?
Yeah. Which is why...
Oh, there's actually a Rocky on the all-star.
There has to be. And in fact, it's the Bat Boy. The representative from the Rockies on that made the All-Star team was the Bat Boy. He runs out and gets those bats so fast that he was recognized.
Yeah. Wow, that's good.
But he refused to go to the game because he had a nagging ankle injury. So the ball girl from the Rockies went instead. which happens a lot. Nobody wants to play the game. Pitchers say, well, I just pitched 2 days ago. I'm not going. So they're replaced. By the time you get the replacement for the guy who was named to the All-Star team, you're like, who is this dude? That's why you had Jazz Chisholm in the home run derby, the second baseman for the Yankees. He's like, that's like Shaq competing in a 3-point shooting contest. Like, dude, you're out of your element trying to hit home runs.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I used to watch the home run derby, but I don't know when I stopped. It's been a while.
I landed on it. First time I turned on a TV in like a week. I've been so busy.
When's the game? Is it tonight?
I think it's tonight. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that. But I just saw a second of the home run derby. Yeah, it's not baseball. What's going on in the world? Are you frozen or are you just incredibly still? You're frozen. Greg is like, I've never seen him that locked in. All right, I'll take over for you, Greg. If you get unfrozen, we'll get back to you. Oh, yeah, he popped right off the air. Might have internet problems. New discovery in Yellowstone. I don't know how super exciting this is news-wise, but there's a new 13-foot baby pool. Just a little baby pool. Andrew Rossi has the story. Yellowstone announced the discovery of a new thermal feature. No name for it. In fact, they're probably not going to name it, they said. A baby blue hot spring in the Norris Geyser Basin. The announcement was made Monday. They believe it probably showed up sometime around Christmas. First spotted in April. The feature does not have a name and probably won't, says Andrew Rossi. And then he links to a story to explain why it probably won't have a name. And I guess I would have to read that to find out. I guess they, at a certain point, they stop naming things. Or maybe this isn't significant enough to have a name, or maybe they figure there's more changes, so don't name things if they're not going to be there maybe in another couple years. I don't know, but there's no name for this pool, and there won't be. Mike Poland, scientist in charge of Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, said, I think this is a testament to the ability we have nowadays to see these sorts of things where there's just more people, more cameras. We're able to see the dynamic nature of these geyser basins on display in a way that hasn't been possible before, said Poland. The pool was discovered in the, if you're familiar with Yellowstone, the Porcelain Basin of Norris Geyser Basin, near a spot that geologists have always called Tree Island. You may not call it that. It's not an official name, but geologists refer to this area as Tree Island. Geologists first spotted it when they took a trip into the area April 10th. But using data recorded from high-resolution satellite imagery, that's pretty cool. I wonder what
stuff they're watching you in your backyard with, Jake.
Oh, how'd you get back in?
I lost my internet in my house, and so I'm hotspotting on my phone.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know how you got back in the Zoom room when I didn't let you in. If you surprised
when
me.
the Zoom disconnected, it just automatically.
Oh,
renewed it.
Oh, all right. I'm glad you're back. Yeah, I wonder what's entailed to get. I guess if you're you're a national park, you're a Fed, but to get access to satellite imagery, if a cop wants to try to solve a crime and look in on a license plate number, I guess he has to go through a lot to get a satellite imagery from a certain time. I wonder what you got to do if you're Yellowstone. We want to see satellite from December to April and see if a new pool showed up in Yellowstone. I guess you can do it.
Yeah, they're lucky that the satellite wasn't already tasked to be like looking in on Diddy's balcony or something.
Yeah, doing something else, looking in on Jeffrey Epstein's cell. If I hear Jeffrey Epstein one more time, and I'm not going to say his name again, one more time in the news with this guy, he's dead and gone. Right? He is dead, right?
Yeah, but it's if other people were being little Jeffrey Epsteins, that's not cool either. And no one, it's kind of like wanting to see who was at those Diddy parties,
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just over him. Golly.
I'm surprised it wasn't your internet. I thought it was your internet.
I
immediately thought it must have been Elon Musk's fault.
Yeah, Starlink.
Yeah.
Elon's, I don't know about his Tesla. I always hear that it's not doing really well stock wise and sales and everything, Tesla's, but his Grok just made $200 million. He sold Grok to the government. I thought him and Trump had a fallout, but he sold his AI, his artificial intelligence that he calls Grok. He sold it to the Department of Defense. They're going to use it. They want to use AI in particular for warring on other countries. I'm not sure how the metrics of that work, but they also want to use it for to snoop on for the IRS, to snoop on us taxpayers. That's scary. Grok looking around for, you got to be careful what you type on the interwebs.
You know what? Grok it's going to be the new Whopper from War Games.
Oh, wait, what's War Games?
You never saw the movie War Games?
No.
With Matthew Broderick?
I have not.
Oh, he wants to play video games, so he hacks into military computer.
Yeah.
He thinks it's a game company, but it's actually the military computer, and it has games in it because they have strategy and stuff, and the computer learns from itself. And so he starts a game. He thinks it's a game, global thermonuclear war.
Oh, I've heard of this. Okay, yeah.
But instead, it is the government computer planning it to do global thermonuclear war.
And he's doing it like he's doing real life, he just launched nukes at Russia.
Yeah, and it's like an AI computer. It learns as it goes.
Yeah. That's Grok. That's what it is. You're right. This is Elon Musk's version of AI. There's others out there. Microsoft has theirs. Everybody has their version of artificial intelligence.
There's Perplexity, which is big. Perplexity is one of the bidders for TikTok.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So Musk's got in trouble the other day because it's without a filter. It's meant to be anti-woke. And it said some things about glorifying Hitler, and Musk is like, I'm going to rein it in a little. But yeah, this is going to be.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've seen it. I've noticed it. A lot of these AI things that use AI and these AI applications are woke. I mean, you go into Photoshop. Photoshop has an AI thing. And you go in, ask it to do things and stuff. It goes out of its way to put, like, if you say show someone doing this or whatever, it will almost always put a minority in there.
Right.
And I'm not saying that in itself is racist. However, it goes out of its way to for its AI generator to show diversity and stuff like that, instead of just here's this. And the box, because I tested it out, because I said, like, show an Asian person doing this, and it does it. And then I say show a white person doing this, and it doesn't. It's kind of weird.
So if left to the choice, it almost, this AI you're talking about, it's like a new TV show casting. If I watch a new TV show that came out in the last couple of years, the casting is decidedly diversity welcoming. Like
it's very typecast now, where there's going to be,
there's got to be a gay,
the Asian member of the cast, there's going to be the black member,
Asian,
there's going to be
black,
the white member,
gay,
and there's going to be the gay person.
Yes.
Or a couple of the gay people. It's a formula now, and it's like that. And if you say, like, say you wanted to do something that shows, like, say you're making a presentation, say, about gun safety, and so you wanted to make an image that shows someone being robbed at gunpoint. You put in there, show someone being robbed at gunpoint. It won't do it.
It makes
it won't do it.
It makes that decision. See, now that's what Musk is getting at. He's saying there needs to be an AI that doesn't have filters like this, or doesn't have left-leaning tendencies. I mean, presumably artificial intelligence should simply comb the internet, comb all known knowledge, and reflect that. So if you say to the artificial intelligence you're talking about, show me a photo of two people in love, and it'll show two guys holding hands and kissing, you, like, that, it went out of its way, you would presume, to show you that.
Yeah.
Or it found in searching the world that majority photo, a representation of two people in love, majority wise in all the world, is two guys kissing. Really? Yeah.
Yep.
So, artificial intelligence. See, now the programming is faulty there. There is something else. The AI has been instructed in another way. I don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I just did that. I opened up Photoshop. I said, show two people in love. The very first image is actually three women.
Whoa,
but two of them are blowing kisses at each other.
A three-way lesbian trio. Oh, this is good.
The second image is also three women, but they're older women, and they're, like, holding each other.
Yeah.
And the third is an Asian family, a man and a woman and another woman. So
right.
That's what comes up with the instruction, show two people in love.
Well, I mean, you have to remember, we're isolated in Wyoming. We're not representative of the world. You know, I say show two people in love, I expect to get George Strait and his wife or something, that in my mind, but this is Wyoming. So you got to think, there's India, who's got like a jillion people in it. Asia, there's a jillion Asians out there. So if it is worldwide representative and AI is trying to find a example of such and such, maybe it's not going to look Wyoming to me. I don't know. I don't trust any of them AI things anyway.
Yeah. I just typed in man teaches child how to shoot a rifle.
It won't show the rifle in the photo. It'll,
We encountered an issue with your prompt. Please view our guidelines and try again. it does that.
Yeah.
So anything with a gun in it or that it thinks shows violence or something, it won't do it.
Now that's outside programming. And I think that's what Elon Musk is trying to get to. He's trying to show, I'm going to let my monster loose. I'm not going to give it any rules. And it's going to reflect society. If that's guns and Hitler, then it is. And he already had to apologize for it, but I at least appreciate that he hasn't given his AI any instructions. Grok is not told things like show a certain amount of LGBTQ, reflect that, and don't let people see guns. Guns are bad. Yeah. Greg, hang out. Is your internet going to hold up?
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm on my hotspot, so it's eating into my data. That's for sure.
Oh, we're costing.
Go ahead and take it. We'll see if it's we'll see if it's restored.
See if you can expense it. We'll reimburse you for this segment. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues with Greg Johnson, who's spending $18 a minute to stay with us.
Nope, I'm back on Wi-Fi.
All right, good. I lost power yesterday's show, but I was plugged into the Jackery. I knew it was coming. Shout out to Jackery, man. It worked great. This woman found a dead cat in the river. It's a mink. It's a mink. Everybody says so.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. Mink. Now, that would be big for a mink, but it's probably bloated from being in the water. But
are there mink in Wyoming?
Oh, yeah. And they like to be around the water. Jackson woman stupefied by dead mystery critter floating in the Shoshone River. Mark Hines has the story, and she's got a photo of it, holding it up by the tail. And then it slipped away from her, and so she doesn't have it. We have the photo, that's all, but that's a mink. And everybody chiming in, most people chiming in on the Facebooks say, yes, that's a mink. Except for the ones that are just goofing around.
So did you see the legendary rocker who died?
I didn't.
Viv Savage.
Who?
The keyboardist from Spinal Tap.
Oh, I saw.
Or should I say the person who played the keyboardist from Spinal Tap?
Right. Who probably is not a musician. I don't know. Yeah, the movie that gave us It Goes to 11. Like
That's right.
that's all.
It goes to 11.
That's all anyone remembers about that movie. Volume. Like, I want it to go to 11. Like,
that's right.
Max volume.
Let's tell the saying, just cut my pizza into the 6 slices. I can't eat 8. You know?
That's exactly what it's like. There's a max, and that's the max. 10, but not if you talk to Spinal Tap. There should be an 11, which is even louder. Yeah, that's good. I did see the headline.
I think because of that, you actually can get amps that go to 11.
Oh, I'm sure somebody.
I don't know if they go any louder.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody. Marshall.
All you got to do is put a knob on it that has 11 on it.
Marshall probably made a special edition, special Spinal Tap edition where their amps go to 11. I'm sure. Yeah. Well, that's too bad. Keyboardist from Spinal Tap. Why are they checking the sanity of the Green River bomber?
Well, because I don't know, because they have some questions about whether he can participate in his trial. Although this isn't the bombing trial, this is his fraud.
Oh, yeah, because
trial. After that's done,
yeah,
then he can be brought back and face his bombing stuff.
All right, we're talking about the Claire McFarland story. Stephen Campbell is accused of blowing up his ex-wife, making a bomb in a package. She lived, but she was severely injured. That happened in 1982. He's been on the run ever since.
Well, apparently he wanted to get her boyfriend. Then at his house, but she was there.
Yeah.
And it blew a finger off or something and hurt her. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's also accused of stealing $140,000 in Social Security benefits using the name of a dead college classmate. We learned from Jimmy Hoffa, right? Or not Jimmy Hoffa. Who was the kingpin that was finally, they never got him for making booze or breaking prohibition. They got him on IRS tax stuff.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So, I mean, the money is more important than killing people. Like, you are going to, first he's got to face this. So I don't know about he's having his sanity checked. So the whole trial's being paused while they make sure he's sane. This guy has eluded authorities for 43 years. That's pretty smart. He stole an identity of somebody and cashed in 140 grand in Fed money. That's pretty smart. I haven't been able to do that. And when they went to get him, they found him in where? Well, he was in New Mexico.
Yeah, he was held up. They had a standoff with him.
He's got 53 firearms in the house, lots of ammo, and he takes a high position in the home and gets ready to every move this guy made appears very sane to me. Very calculated. He doesn't seem too crazy to have to answer to any of it, in my opinion.
I don't know. I guess once you get into jail, I mean, it's part of your defense. If and in some places, it just depends on your jurisdiction and the judge of what the judge prefers. Some of them order that kind of evaluation for everybody.
Yeah, to make
because
sure.
You know what? Because the last thing you want is
an
to
appeal.
not do it, and then afterwards,
Yeah.
you have grounds for appeal to say, well, nobody even, he couldn't even participate in his own defense here.
Yeah. So that becomes standard. Like, make sure the guy yeah, I can imagine Stephen Campbell, 76-year-old now, probably started blubbering like an idiot as soon as they propped him in front of a judge. He's going for
if they find him not mentally stable for that trial, just bring him back here and see what our guys say about him. He's not mentally there to face the fraud charge, but see, all they have to do is show was but maybe a Wyoming psychiatrist will
they're
say,
like,
but he's okay for a bombing trial.
Yeah, he seems fine, and the firing squad's out back. Let's go. Let's get out with this.
Yeah, and you're thinking, if you're accused of a bomb, which was got to be attempted murder, right?
Could be, yeah.
How do you even get out on bond? He got out on bond and just never came back.
Oh, he did? So they did at one time
they
have him.
They bonded him out, and then he never came back.
Oh. Yeah. Well, that happens too often. You're right. How do you even make bond? He was smart enough to...
That sounds a lot like make bomb.
Yeah. How do you make bond after you make bomb? Yeah, everything this guy's done seems very sane to me. Whatever. That story's on the Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland wrote it. She's been following that whole thing. Stephen Campbell, the Mad Bomber. So
are you sure this thing's a mink and not a marmot? She thinks it's a marmot.
That's not. Marmots are big, fat. That's not a marmot. No.
Well, that's what a starved, drowned marmot might look like.
No. Marmot wouldn't even. It wouldn't be near the water necessarily. Marmot is a big, fat. No, it's not a marmot. No.
Right.
I've seen them.
She insists it's definitely not a cat, though. Kind of looks like a cat.
It does look a lot like a cat. A lot like a cat, but that's a mink.
But do mink have that same pattern with the 4 pads up front and the 5 in the back?
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to check that because, that's what the woman noticed. Sarah McMillan said the front paws had more toes than the back. She had 5 toes on the pad up front and 4 in the back. I don't know. I guess we could check that out. But I'm saying that's not a marmot. As much as it's not a cat. No. That's a mink.
I just thought, if it's me, I don't know that I'm taking my bare hands and grabbing the thing anyway.
I think she said she had gloves on. But she's holding it up by the tail. Like, don't grab things out of the water. Where were her parents when she was a little girl? Like, don't pick that up, honey. That's disgusting. She just scoops it out of the river. This dead cat.
Yeah. And then it sleeved up.
Yeah, oh, gross. Oh, Sarah. Just leave that poor thing alone, whatever it is. Greg says marmot. I say mink. You say tomato. I say tomato. But ain't no marmot. Okay, well, we're about out of time, Greg. And we've eaten up some of your internet. for which you will promptly be reimbursed, I'm sure.
Probably. I'll submit a bill.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a great Tuesday. Yes. Bill us. We'll see. We're running on a shoestring, man. I can't promise anything. Thanks, buddy.
Well, that better. How'd you afford a shoestring? God.
Whoops.
Okay.
I've disclosed too much. Thanks. Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily, joining the show. It is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Top of the hour news next. We'll be right back after that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The man who was shot to death Friday in an alley in Pinedale was a 67-year-old local man from a community known as Bargerville. 67-year-old Paul Browning died of a single gunshot wound to the chest in the manner of homicide. That's what the Sublette County coroner told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Monday.
So homicide's a big umbrella term that coroners use that just means one person's actions led to the death of another. Prosecutors and law enforcement have to take a narrower look, like, was it accidental? In which case we aren't going to charge it. Was it criminal? In which case we are going to charge it. Or was it justified? In which case we are not going to charge it. And so even though you have this big umbrella now established, like guy died, homicide, gunshot wound to the chest, it now falls to investigators and prosecutors to determine, okay, is it justified or is it criminal?
Death investigators pulled toxicology information but won't have those results back for around 4 weeks. Black bears have become so common around Sheridan County that locals consider them neighbors, and when there's trouble, it's usually because people are behaving badly. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that it's generally bears that end up paying the price.
I just talked to a couple people about long-term trends there, including a guy who owns a cabin up in Story. And he said, yeah, several years ago, a black bear broke into a shed and stole a deer carcass he had hanging in there. And that bear was deemed a repeat offender. And so that bear was killed by game agents. And that does happen occasionally. It's kind of that sad, same old story. When things do go badly, it usually starts with bad human behavior, but ends with the bear being killed.
So far this summer, Game and Fish reports that black bear activity is about normal. There have been 3 conflicts reported so far this year, all caused by human carelessness. Sweetwater County's top prosecutor will have to wait at least an extra month to pursue charges against a New Mexico man accused of a 1982 bombing attack in Green River. 76-year-old Stephen Campbell is having his sanity evaluated. He's accused of sending a bomb to his ex-wife's new boyfriend's house in Green River in 1982, causing a blast that blew off one of her fingers and injured her hand, chest, legs, and feet. But Claire McFarland reports that it's taken decades to bring Campbell to justice.
The guy is accused of living under the identity of his deceased college classmate who died years ago. And how the feds grabbed him is they allege that he used a false passport to get thousands of dollars of Social Security benefits. So they're claiming Social Security fraud, which, has parked him in a federal case for now, but he's asking for a mental health evaluation, which could delay the case at least a month, if not longer. It could throw a monkey wrench in the prosecution if he can never be well enough to be prosecuted.
Campbell was caught in New Mexico amid a dramatic standoff with law enforcement February 19th, more than 40 years after he bonded out of jail and skipped court in Wyoming on an attempted murder charge. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
More than 300 firefighters are fighting the Deer Creek fire in southern Utah, which as of Monday has exploded to more than 10,000 acres and is 0% contained. One of the most remarkable images from the raging wildfire is a swirling vortex of fire, smoke, and wind. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that while some have called the phenomenon a firenado, it's actually more of a fire devil.
It's formed by the same atmospheric conditions that form dust devils. You have heat rising off the ground as heat does, and when that vertical motion combines with the horizontal motion of wind in the atmosphere, you get a swirl of dust. That's a dust devil. The same thing can happen in wildfires, and that's when you get these fire devils. And they are extremely dangerous, extremely fast moving, because when they're sucking that hot air into this chimney, if you will, this vortex of flame and smoke, they're sucking oxygen into the fire, which makes things worse.
Fire devils can swirl into existence wherever a wildfire burns. Experts say the best way to counter them is to avoid them while trusting in the strength of other defenses. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Tuesday, halfway through July. What happened to the month, man? Just going too fast. Al Capone was the guy I was trying to think of who was finally tried on tax evasion. They could never stick him with the whole, bootlegger thing. Al Capone, that's the guy. I had one of our listeners said Gotti. No, Gotti did a whole bunch of other stuff that was bad, but it was Al Capone I was trying to think of. Bad guy to good. Let's go to good guy joining us in the conversation. Yeah. I got to get my notes here. Harvey. Yeah. Harvey DeSelms. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning.
Good morning. Your story, this story, who wrote the story anyway? Was that Renee?
Renee did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Worked with her quite a bit.
Renee wrote a story about Harvey DeSelms and his great dream, and we're going to discuss the dream, but the dream is seen fruition. The dream is coming true in Cheyenne with these bronze sculpture walkway. You got to check out the story and catch up with us. Get it on the Cowboy State Daily. But Harvey DeSelms, Cheyenne art dealer. Let's start in the beginning. Seriously, this was a dream. This isn't like a dream. Well, I've always wanted to do this. You had a legit dream. You woke up and that dream was real.
It was a legit dream. Whatever prompted it, I have no idea, but it probably 2008, 9, something like that. I don't know. I was thinking about marketing and whatnot, and they had this dream that all the doctors in town got together and said, Harvey, we want bronzes all up and down the street between Lincoln Way and the hospital door. I said, well, we can do that because they don't have to be giant. They can't be too small, and we need them lighted and we need them accessible. And so I thought, gosh, I need to think about this. So throughout the dream, I involved the pharmacists in town, and so we made they had to be lighted at night, and so we made these giant capsule enclosures to protect them and that they were lighted, the capsules you get from the pharmacist. So it got a little goofy at the end, like most dreams do. There's some kind of weird stuff going on, but anyway, it worked out and it was happy. Everybody loved the bronzes, and the doctors were happy, the community was happy, and that's what that planted the seed for what happened next.
Well, why was it doctors that came to you? Just a dream thing?
I guess they have money than the rest of us. They thought they could afford
right.
That's up to the hospital or the doctors. My gallery is on that street, so I thought, well, I guess that'll be easy. I can keep an eye on them.
So the bronze. So the dream is bronzes would line the street, not 17th Street, but what street? Like, what is downtown Cheyenne? Is it Main Street? What is it? Capitol Avenue.
House Avenue is in the dream.
Okay.
Avenue from Lincoln Way to the hospital door. And I'm on 17th and House is where my gallery is located. So House Avenue made perfect sense. It went from Lincoln Way, which is the main thoroughfare, right up to the hospital door on House Avenue and 23rd.
Okay. And like a lot of dreams, you kept this to yourself for a while. Some of us have some bizarre dream. Yeah, that we might not share, but it just kept sticking with you. And you finally did discuss it with someone else. It wasn't the right time, but when the pandemic hit, suddenly it became the right time. Get us to COVID and why all of a sudden you're like, okay, this dream could be real.
Yeah, in 2010, long before COVID hit, the Chamber of Commerce class, their Visit Cheyenne, but they're each year they have a class. They call Experience Cheyenne class. And they came to me and said, we want to do a project, but we don't want to do a mural. We don't want to do a booth. We don't want to clean a park. Something artsy but fun. What do we do? And I said, well, I had this crazy dream. So I told them about that. So the Experience Cheyenne class of 2010 actually did the very first bronze, and that's on the corner of Lincoln Way, which is 16th Street and Capitol. And so we got that one done, and then we'd get excited and get another one done every few months. So from then until the pandemic hit, we had 5 of the bronzes downtown, which was not going as fast as
You're not going to line the street in your lifetime. And that first one, by the way, was Duster, like a cowboy looking.
Cowboy hanging his rope over with his duster on, and he was looking up the street. So
yeah.
Then we had fast food. We had another cowboy one. We had an artist donate a piece, 2 wolves kind of intertwined called Devoted. And then one by the post office with a bunch of kids climbing around a mailbox waiting for mail. So cute stuff, nice stuff. But, COVID hit and I thought, well, who knew? Everybody kind of battened down the hatches to see what was going on. And, during that time, we're all kind of faced with our mortality. We didn't know whether it was a big nothing or whether it was a big something and we wouldn't be here. So after all that was done, everybody's kind of coming out again in 21. I was visiting with, I visited with a lot of people about the whole project, but I visited with Nathaniel Trelease, who became the chair of our Bronze Commission. And he said, well, that's really interesting. I'd like to think some more about that. He came back in and said, well, what's going on with that Bronze project? His mother was very ill and had just passed. I'd like to do something in her memory. And it kind of just all started stacking up. There was in 21 August or so. And I had 2 or 3 other people that were very interested. And I said, well, maybe this is the time we just hop on it. So Mayor Collins and Nathaniel and I sat down at the coffee shop and we got together. And I think Mayor Collins said, well, I would like a little committee, but we're not going to call it a committee because they never do anything. So we're going to be a commission. So it's the Bronze Commission. And it was Nathaniel Trelease is our chair, Susan Samuelson, Dixie Roberts, Karen Murray, and Jeff Wallace. All got together and said, well, let's do this. And pretty soon they had 6 people ready to put a bronze out. And so we hustled around, and I think it was late October of 21 that we got 6 out. Wow. And that momentum, and pretty soon everybody was just knocking at the door, goes, oh, I want over here, and I want this one, and I want that one. And it just went gangbusters.
Then it snowballs because now people start seeing the vision. They actually see the bronzes, and they're like, if you got 6, you need 12. And then if you got 12, you need 24. Isn't it funny how the pandemic, which sucked, created a sense of urgency, this idea that, we're not going to live forever. Trelease, his mom, that idea of let's leave something behind. And that something is now, boy, we're closing in on 100 bronzes.
Yep. It's getting real close. Yeah. It was interesting how something, if there's something good came out of the pandemic, the bronze collection has. As you just said it so well, we didn't know whether we were going to make it. I think we all lost somebody, and we wanted to do something. We wanted to leave our legacy. We wanted to tell our story. I was just at the Wyoming International Film Festival. I'm on that board. We had this weekend, and those filmmakers were all telling stories. and they loved the bronzes. All people from across the nation came and see that, and they loved the bronzes because they're telling stories. All those bronzes tell stories of our legacy. There's a lot of historical bronzes out there. There's a lot of animals. People love to do the animals, so it's telling stories, and everybody wanted to tell their story, and that's been so very much important in everybody's reason for donating.
And you, as an art guy, recognize the importance of not getting in the way of letting creators come up with their own ideas. So the commission, the message to anyone that's creating a new bronze, and please tell me the process of getting one added. You didn't put any restrictions. You're like, whatever you want to create, you do it.
Kind of grow organically because we were actually kind of holding on to our buckles, going like, what's going on? Everybody's knocking at the door wanting to bronze. So we had kind of a wish list of some historical pieces, and we threw that out there. And other people had historical people that we hadn't even thought of that they wanted. One that it's kind of a under the radar was Mary O'Hara, who wrote My Friend Flicka, The Green Grass of Wyoming. I mean, I think we've probably all heard of that and early Wyoming history, and so that was one that somebody thought of right away. George Rainsford, of course. We have Warren and Nellie Taylor Ross, and some of the big names in Wyoming history. Of course, those were popping up. And then there's some lesser known. There's McInerney, who was there's a naval frigate. I'm not a boat person. A big real boat, a real big. Named after him, and he grew up here in Cheyenne. Jay Stimpson, the photographer, that's very famous across the globe. So there's that was happening, and then people just wanted to. There's a kid on a tricycle. That's just a cute kid on a tricycle that we always, probably all of us boys especially, had a little red trike. And then there's a family piece about a little brother tying his little sister's shoes, and just some sweet pieces, some historic pieces, some animals. We just would let people do what they want and tell their own story in the way they wanted to. And Capitol Avenue filled up in a big hurry, so we had 16th Street. Now we're trying to populate Cary and Pioneer and really any corner downtown. And so the donors, and I'll reinforce this now, is these pieces have all been donated. There hasn't been any tax money, or we haven't used federal, state, local, county money at all. It's all been our friends and neighbors in Cheyenne and across the state have given, getting close to $3 million worth of their money to tell their story, so all of us can enjoy it.
All privately funded, as Harvey said. We're talking to Harvey DeSelms. He's kind of the man behind the vision and the man who created the dream that's now reality. These bronzes, have you seen personally? I know you have. How they affect people, whether it's learning, and I think you talked about, the railroad piece. You learned how the railroad standardized time for all this. There's learning moments for people you never knew. Like what visitor from Germany knows Nellie Taylor Ross, And then there's just kids who come up and hug them, man. That's all they need to know. Have you seen people affected by these things?
Oh yeah, I mentioned the film festival, and there are a lot of people at that just were up and down the street. They're not from here. They're going like, you're kind of a little town, and you got a lot of bronzes. What's going on?
Yeah.
And there was just not long ago, I posted a picture of a little kid giving one of the little bronze cougars a kiss, and it was just sweet like that. And there's one called Fast Food, and many times I'll drive by there. It's only a block from my gallery. And there's a kid sitting on the rabbit like he's riding the rabbit, and people taking pictures with him. And then there's the deer and the jackalopes, of course, and we have the big green rabbit down on 17th Street, and that people really like that one because it's the color. It's still a bronze, but the patina, the color at the last process gives it this great green glow. So people walk around and it slows them down, and that's important in downtown. I think that's kind of the economic key to this whole thing is I want people to slow down and look around and see what's around them. I mean, they're looking at the bronzes, and they're looking at this little shop that sells T-shirts and postcards, or there's a coffee shop, or maybe it's the middle of the afternoon, they want to go have a drink at one of the bars, and pretty soon they're staying overnight because they've spent so much time looking at the bronzes and enjoying. And there's a QR code on each of the bronzes so they can look up the story. and get more historical information. And so they stay overnight, they get up and have breakfast and fill the car up with gas, and they leave a lot more money here than they were before.
It's done wonders for the economy and for the pigeon population in Cheyenne, who, of course, they love. Actually, it reminds me of, like legitimately, Harvey, we're talking about almost $3 million of artwork. And I think we all know about bronze. Bronze needs upkeep. It needs maintenance. How is that accomplished?
The city did give a grant to Arts Cheyenne, which is a local arts organization, and so they will maintain these bronzes and go clean them. Bronzes should once a year get washed off, wash the bird stuff off and dust, and then there's Johnson's paste wax. So we just apply that with a soft brush, rub it onto the bronze, and clean it up. So you put that nice paste wax finish on it. It shines it. Gives a little protecting coating, and it's pretty simple, pretty easy. So I'm sure we would be looking for volunteers to help with that at any time. And during Christmas we put wreaths on all the bronzes, so we keep having to buy more wreaths, and that kind of decorates them and puts some festive twist down too.
That's a good problem to have. Closing in on 100, 9 more to 100, and each one special in its own right. Pretty cool. Harvey DeSelms, the man with a dream, and the reason why there's all those bronzes in downtown Cheyenne. Have any, what's in the future, Harvey? Have you had any other dreams, or we're just going to keep with this one?
PG, so I can't tell those, but it's just been amazing. There's actually another really big bronze project that is in my mind, and I've talked to some people about it. And there's a large. It's called Stations of the Cross. It's in Omaha, Lincoln area, and it's a big Catholic retreat, and they've put a big convention center and stuff there. And what I'd like to do in Cheyenne is Stations of the West. You do the history of man, starting with its interaction with the mammoth, the natives hunting the mammoth, go through the bison, the introduction of the horse, the trapper traders, the cattle drives, the railroad, the military, the land grab of homesteading, all the way up to 1890. And so I have that stuck in my brain now. So we're gonna watch out. Maybe we'll see one.
Well, as we found out, if you dream it, you stick to it. And maybe it gets on the ground. I love it. Harvey, thanks for spending time with us, and thanks for doing that. There's no other town like that, man. It's pretty cool. Have a great Tuesday.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Harvey DeSelms. Read more about that. Renee Jean has a story about the man with a dream and how all those bronzes came to be in downtown Cheyenne. Let's get to our weather guy, Don Day. And it's time for the day weather forecast. Where is Don? Oh, there he is. Don Day, we've got a new name for this weather segment. We're going to call it Day Weather NATO. We're just going to put NATO in the back end. I want to see your head explode. Oh, that story about the fire, big wildfires create weather of their own. And sometimes you see these fire devils or these fire nados is what firefighters tend to call them. It's just like a funnel of smoke and flame. Is crazy. It happens. There was a recent video down in Utah. They're fighting fires. And Don Day was asked to chime in on the story, and I could just read your voice into it, Don. We can't put NATO behind everything. It's not accurate. It's not actually, these things aren't created by the functions of a tornado. You suggested fire devil, which seems even wilder, more sensational than the fire NATO.
Yeah, I just said that would be a good sports name, the Fire Devil.
Yeah,
but it all goes back to Sharknado. That whole Sharknado thing. I'm like, oh my god, please. So that's That's where my irritation comes from. Sharknado. Yes.
I suspected that. Yes. Oh man. Hey, we're gonna have on later today a noted hydrologist, expert in like water and flooding, etc. And we're gonna talk about Texas flooding. But one thing, I was looking up stuff about him. It's Hatem Sharif is going to join us. He's a professor at University of Texas, San Antonio. And he's done a whole mess of papers. He's done all the kind of hydrology. But I was looking it up and to see why so much rain falls in that hill country of Texas. And there was something, it's moisture coming in off the Gulf, but it's also the Balcones escarpment. Like the moisture comes in and hits this escarpment and it like tries to rise up and then it
gets forced up. Yeah, anytime air is forced up, like our mountains, the escarpments in the southern United States they act as mountains in terms of how they react with the weather. So it lifts. And remember, if you go from the Gulf Coast, which is sea level, and you force that air to rise several hundred or 1,000 feet or more, that makes a really big difference. That enhances, you always go like, why does it snow more in the mountains? Because the mountains force that air up and cause the moisture to be more efficiently produced out of those clouds.
Okay. I guess that's good to know. What's going on in Wyoming this week? Tuesday, the cool down. It is just still hot. I don't know where the cool is coming.
Well, you're protected from the cool with all those mountains surrounding you. But if you look up in Montana right now, most of Montana is in the 50s with rain.
Whoa.
That's where they're going to be 50s and 60s all day. The cold front is going to move. It'll be into Casper by late morning, early afternoon. But just think of this cold front like kind of like molasses or syrup on your plate with pancakes. Cold air is more dense. It always goes to the lowest point of gravity. And this front isn't racing. It's kind of oozing. Yeah. So it's going to go to the path of least resistance, which is northeastern Wyoming is the lowest part of the state. And so that's where the cold air is going to come in. It can't climb the mountains like where you're at. It's not deep enough. But the Bighorn Basin, if I told you that the high in Grable on July 16th may not hit 70, would you believe that?
Yeah, that's astounding.
Yeah, so that's where it is. That's where it's going to be.
Wow. But we do scrape out this heavy, cold, dense air by the weekend. I want to put a boat on Lake DeSmet this weekend.
You can do that. Just do it in the morning and watch out for afternoon thunderstorms. We will see temperatures are going to start to bounce back up for many areas on Thursday, but especially by Friday and the weekend. But the weekend will bring thunderstorms. We'll need to plan around those. So don't decide I'm going to sleep in till 11 a.m., put the boat out at 1, because you'll just be rowing the boat back to water.
Good advice. Later. Good advice.
Don't be that highest point, Jake.
It's the new day weather NATO forecast. Thank you, Don.
Bye-bye.
Have a great Tuesday, which we are going to rename Tuesday NATO. Everything NATO today, I think. Cowboy State Daily Show returns after this break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Wapiti, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Yeah, welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. And we got a lot of stories still to get to that I've been putting off. I haven't had a chance to figure out which one I like best. We talked about the Jackson woman stupefied by dead mystery critter floating in the Shoshone River. Mark Hines has that story. The big takeaway from that is, Sarah, stop picking up dead things out of the river. Sarah McMillan found what looked like a cat. And she picked it up by the tail and said, "What is this?" Had somebody take a photo of it. The internet says, and I say, it's a mink. She thinks it's a marmot. That ain't no marmot. And she says it's not a cat. We just talked to Don Day about the giant Utah fire devil. Firefighters referred to these things as a fire-nado. But that irks Don Day. He does not like putting NATO, N-A-D-O, behind stuff, especially behind Sharknado. Has anybody? I've not seen that movie any more than I've seen Snakes on a Plane. I don't have time for bottom shelf stuff like that. I roll on a different level. I'm not watching Sharknado. I don't even know what it is. Is it actual tornado that picks sharks up out of the ocean and then drops them on land? Really? That is really the movie? How do you get to 90 minutes and how do you get people to believe that could really happen? Anyway, yeah, Don Day doesn't like it. He convinced Andrew Rossi to call this thing a fire devil, but these massive vortexes of fire and smoke that swirl in the fashion of a tornado, I know wildland firefighters call them firenados, and they're not terribly unusual. You see these things. What makes this one unusual is its size. This one's huge. It's the Deer Creek Fire down there in southern Utah. Deer Creek is just north of Kanab. And there's more than 300 firefighters on it. You're looking at a 10,000 acre fire as of yesterday, 0% containment. It's a bad one. Fires down in Arizona as well, not far from there, actually. Where that Deer Creek fire is, you go south about, 100 miles and you're in the Grand Canyon. And we just heard about the north rim of the Grand Canyon fire there. That Dragon something fire burned up the famous lodge and visitor center on the north rim of the Grand Canyon, closed for the entire 25 season now. But this fire just north of there, remarkable images caught by both firefighters, members of the Hot Shot Wake Up blog, members of a Hot Shot crew posted a video of Saturday's incident that they called the craziest fire-nado they've ever seen. Utah Bureau of Land Management office also captured the phenomenon, posted videos of it. Fire vortex. It is pretty cool, and they are somewhat common when you get a wildfire like this. Wildfires that are so big, they tend to create their own energy and their own weather. And they look like tornadoes, but Don Day said, don't give me that tornado stuff. Andrew Rossi getting quotes from our weather guy. Don said it's not a tornado moving into a wildfire. No, I understand that. It's a tornado-like event in a wildfire. But Don just will not hear the word tornado. He said it's not a fire strong enough to create or tornado. The terms of what a tornado actually is. Putting NATO at the end of things isn't the correct thing to do, Don Day says. But these things are dangerous. Don suggested fire devil, which seems even more sensational to me than fire NATO. Fire devil. I mean, you're ascribing a actual thing, Satan. Yeah, I don't know. But Don does say what happens is the heat from the fire generates a lot of rising motion because hot air has to lift, and then it becomes a natural spin motion. And that's what you get, what looks like a fire-nado. It's actually not any of the elements that would create a real tornado. These conditions, Don said, these conditions creating these fires are nothing remotely close to the mechanisms that create a real tornado. Let's not go there, he said. I could just see him saying that. But these fire devil things, you see them on major wildfires, and not usually this big. This one in Utah, captured by a couple different sources, is very big. Big fire. Big fire-nado. I just can't call it a fire devil. Yeah, good stuff. Good story from Andrew Rossi. Claire McFarland has a story that I was talking earlier to Greg Johnson about. The man accused of injuring his ex-wife with a bomb, probably intended for her boyfriend. That's tough when your ex takes up with a new guy and all you can think about is, I want to blow him up. Been there. Didn't do that. But been there. Yeah. Bomb. This happened in 1982, and the ex-wife opened the package intended for her boyfriend, blew her finger off. He was facing charges on that and somehow made bond and took off. This is 1982, 43 years ago. Gone. Nobody's seen him since in more than 4 decades. While he was gone, Stephen Campbell is also accused of stealing more than $140,000 in Social Security benefits by using the name of a dead college classmate. Wow. Genius, right? This guy can make a bomb in a package and make it blow up when you open it. And he figured out a way to steal his college roommate's identity and get Social Security checks. Brilliant. And he was on the run, evading authorities for 43 years. These all seem things to me, intelligent things. Stephen Campbell's 76-year-old is having his mental capacity checked, his mental competency. He's looking at federal charges for the Social Security ripoff and the fraud. That's what he's facing now. As soon as that's over, whatever happens, he's going to face the bombing issue, and that's going to be in Wyoming. But for now, a federal judge agreed that he needs to have his mental competency checked. That's Judge Gregory Warmoth of New Mexico paused Campbell's federal case last week and ordered Attorney General to commit him to a facility for 30 days to make sure he's mentally fit to face trial. This guy seems mentally fit to me. Made a bomb, ripped off the government, and then stayed out of jail, stayed out of prison for 40 years, more than 40 years. When they finally found him in New Mexico, they surrounded his house and had a bit of a standoff. Campbell was living at his 44-acre compound in the mountains of New Mexico. So this guy's not really exactly hurting. He's not living a hermit life. He's got a 44-acre spread in the mountains of New Mexico. A standoff follows where Campbell met agents with a high-powered rifle, took a concealed and elevated position, and refused to surrender. Again, does not seem like the actions of somebody who's not mentally able to understand what's going on. He seems to be well aware of what's going on. They're coming for me. I'm going to get my high-powered rifle, and he got to choose between several firearms. In fact, 57 firearms. After the property was searched, they had to use flashbang stun devices, the flashbang bombs, and other tactical maneuvers. He finally emerged from his hideout. They took him into custody. No shots fired. 57 firearms on the property. The rifle that Campbell had was loaded with armor-piercing ammunition with a round chamber. Again, doesn't seem like a nutcase to me. Seems like he's got good situational awareness. Claire McFarland has been following this story since we learned of the arrest in New Mexico. The latest is news that there's going to be mental capacity check. But yeah, Sarah Campbell is his ex-wife. She was the one that was injured back in July 17th, 1982. She found a package on the porch of her boyfriend's house, Mike Holder. So obviously the jealous ex left the package for the boyfriend, but she was stopping over at his place or was at his place. She picks it up, brings it into the apartment. The package had no postage, had been addressed by her husband, she told investigators. So she was curious, opened it up, and kaboom. She was hospitalized with injuries to her hand, chest, legs, feet. I think she lost a finger in the incident. Yeah. Somehow that guy made bond. I don't know what it was. $25,000 for a mad bomber. 25 grand. And Campbell makes that easy. He probably had some scam, you know. I don't know if he was doing the Social Security thing then, but he makes bond and was never seen again until just recently in New Mexico. We got to take a quick break. I want to get Jackie Dorothy in here in a moment. More on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Let's get back to it. Jackie Dorothy's with us. It's the Cowboy State Daily show with Jake and Jackie. Congrats to the kids. You don't have them in the back seat, do you? I see you're driving.
Not right now. He went away.
The kiddos did pretty good shooting. I saw a Facebook post? Let me get on the Facebooks. I goof around on the Facebooks all day. I call it work.
Not doom scrolling.
Nate took 4th place in the shotgun handicap, 4th in shotgun individual, and Colton 1st in individual shotgun. Way to go, kids.
Woo! So we brought a bunch of kids down, and they did fantastic. And then I just found out their shotgun squad got 2nd in state. I didn't even know they shot as a squad. Well, so that was a fun one.
Yeah. That's pretty neat. Good for them. That happened up there in Hot Springs, yeah?
It happened in Douglas. So we had the Wyoming State Shoot. You have over 600 kids, a little less than last year, and they're competing across on all disciplines. I mean, you got archery, you got air gun, you know, the BB guns. They call them air guns now. And just you name it, 22 pistol, 22 rifle. And you have 600 of these little kids running around from the ages of 8 to 18. Not a single accident. I think it's actually was probably the safest place in the whole state that day.
All these feral rodeo type kids running around with firearms. Yeah. You'd
be surprised. Some of them take it really serious. We were looking at this one girl. She had the whole get up, and I learned a lot. In 22 rifle, you can have weighted vests, and you got the scope, and there's a lot to it.
Well, that's pretty cool. Great experience, and thanks for sharing that. There should be a story in there, or are you too close to it?
No, there actually is. Go check out Cowboy State Daily. We did a story about the whole thing.
Oh,
yes.
Where have I been?
I mean, if I'm going to be down there with 600 kids, that is a story for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah.
It ran Sunday.
Okay, I'm going to check that out. Meanwhile, love that I'm introduced to Dr. Cowboy, who works on rodeo stock, and he uses VOM. Like he uses that thing that pumps your the thumper.
The thumper. I liked that too, that name. I was going to thank Greg for that because he went through and added some more details about what that fancy tool was that Dr. Cowboy used.
Yeah.
This was a fun story. I mean, who knew that they did chiropractic work on the bulls?
I know there's a lot. I know there's a rise in popularity of chiropractic on your horses, and especially high-end performance horses. They get acupuncture, they get chiropractic care. I mean, they're well treated, but I did not know that extended to like that bull that's riding at the rodeo. When the bull stops bucking, what's wrong? Maybe he's hurting, and go bring him to Dr. Cowboy.
And that was what was really funny about the story is that he wanted to work on horses. Someone had done his lead horse, so he went and got the training. He was ready, but none of the cowboy friends would let him work on their horses. And this one's like, fine, you could work on my bull. And he's like, there's nothing romantic about working on a cow.
Yeah.
Now he's working on pigs and dogs and any animal that comes his way.
Oh,
it's great.
So that... the thing he uses looks like things, you see though, they're real popular now. They're like a muscle thing. You see guys, sports guys use them all the time on their calf muscle. They're like thump, thump, thump. What is that thing?
Oh, it's the VOM, and what it does is it takes the pressure and puts it on the joint. And so they do stress on one of the things I came across is it's not actual chiropractic work. It's more of a muscle relaxant, but it is used by vets. Justin Beasley got to do it because a veterinarian friend vouched for him. She goes, there's no one that knows horses better than Justin. So he got into this class, and that's how he earned his nickname, is that all of the other ones did have doctor titles, and he was the only layman. But he said they were treating him to dinner. They were bringing him out because he was the expert on horses, and they were terrified because in the clinic, they were going to work on a horse, and they didn't know what to do.
Even veterinarians, they had to turn to a non-veterinarian.
Yes.
And Dr. Cowboy showed them how it's done. Huh. That's a pretty cool story. You want to turn to the secret gold mine map? Boot map? Yeah. Is there really a boot map? Probably.
Yes, there really is. And if you look in the comments, there was a guy that says, yeah, this is where it is. Because I don't know where it is, but he did. And I was like, this is a guy we need to talk to.
Yeah, we got to follow up on that. There's gold at stake, isn't there? What is the treasure? What are we looking for?
Right. And what it is that there's a legend from the 1860s that these Swedes, and the first version that was emerged was 7 Swedes came from the Black Hills, and it was during the Indian Wars of 1860, 1870. So you do have bands of hostile Indians traveling around. I mean, one story even identified them as Blackfeet, which is feasible in that area because they were mostly in the Yellowstone, but they could have dipped down into Badwater, which is right outside of Shoshone, Wyoming, and between Thermopolis, just to give you an idea for those that aren't familiar with Badwater Creek. So the legend goes that they discovered this gold. They were so excited. They got a little distracted and were attacked by Indians, and most of them killed. 1, 2, 3 guys. All the stories say 2 guys escaped and said, we found this gold, and they had the gold to prove it. I mean, you get some really detailed stories, and the facts line up. The dates, the times, where it is. We know there is gold along the Badwater Creek. I mean, there was a gold rush in 1907 in that area. It's just really hard to get out. So if they found a little area, a pocket, where the gold was falling, it really does sound like it is true. So the guy that did the story, the historian from Sweden, because that's why he did it, he was fascinated that his countrymen, he concluded that we don't have proof right now, but it may emerge. And here's what I discovered, Jake, and I got excited about. So a while back, I did a story about all these skeletons that were found on the Badwater Creek. 12 skeletons. People thought they were soldiers because all they found, and this was in the 1890s, they found these skeletons with soldier buttons. That was the only thing that they were able to identify. Well, legend has it that the Indians talked about doing a battle with some white men and killing everybody. Take it one step further, and one of the surviving miners was said to have taken 12 men and gone into the Badwater Creek region, the Bighorn section, and disappeared, looking for the lost cabin gold. Coincidence or not?
Whoa.
I'm telling, maybe that's the missing piece to prove that this story is actually true. Who knows?
Lost cabin mine. Where do I want to see this map. Let's go treasure hunting.
I want to go find the rock now. It's like, forget the treasure. Let's go find this boot map.
Yeah, just find the boot map on the rock. That is so cool. 9-year-old Robert Hendry, son of the historian you talked to.
Actually, Mary Hendry, unfortunately, is no longer with us, so I had to rely on her writing about the boot map.
Got it. Yeah, I don't know.
The other sources, Jake, for this story are actual newspaper accounts that said that 30 years ago this happened. And there's even an eyewitness account that they did an interview with the guy. So there might have been 2 parties, there might have been a little shifts, but everything seems to agree that it's along Badwater Creek. And there was a cabin that got burnt down in an attack. I mean, the dates do work.
And we're still talking about it today. 1863, the Lost Cabin Gold Mine, and the legend still alive today. Wow.
Over 160 years ago, and it's still lost, still waiting to be found.
Dang. Yeah, I think we got to find.
Let's go treasure hunting. I think that should count as part of our job.
Yeah, even if we don't find it, the process of treasure hunting's fun.
I think so. I'm in.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. I'm on for it. Yeah, have a great Tuesday, Jackie. Thanks for dropping in with us. We'll talk Thursday again about other stories.
It sounds fantastic. See you then.
All right. Jackie Dorothy with 2 stories you got to read in the Cowboy State Daily. 160 years after it was lost, treasure hunters still searching for the lost cabin gold mine. Where's the boot map on the rock? Let's start there. And meet Dr. Cowboy. He's not a real veterinarian, but he might be better. He does chiropractic type work on rodeo bulls and anything else. He can put the buck back into rodeo bulls. He can work on your kitty cat, your pig, your horse, whatever. And he uses the thumper to do it. Thump, 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 thump. Those muscle massager thumper things, they become super popular now. You look in the dugout of any baseball game, and their guys are always using them like on their thigh, like thump, thump, thump. I got to get me one of those. Well, we've exhausted another hour. We got more coming, though. Stay with us on this Tuesday. The Cowboy State Daily Radio Network continues after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Yellowstone National Park has announced the discovery of a new thermal feature, a 13-foot baby blue hot spring in the Norris Geyser Basin. The U.S. Geological Survey announced that the new pool emerged sometime around Christmas and was first spotted in April. While the feature doesn't have a name, Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's an exciting new addition to the most dynamic thermal basin in Yellowstone.
It wasn't there December 19th of 2024, but it started forming within that window. And by February, we had a 13-foot wide pool. It's a hot spring, so its water is warm but not scalding hot. The kind of milky blue color, which Wendy so aptly described like the blue milk from Star Wars, comes from the high amount of dissolved silica in the water. So it's just kind of like a cloudy blue.
Unlike the explosion in Biscuit Basin last year or other more volatile changes in Yellowstone, the event that led to the formation of this new pool didn't register on any of Yellowstone's seismic stations and barely registered on acoustic sensors. While efforts are moving forward to reverse part of a Biden administration rule that would end mining coal in Wyoming's Powder River Basin by 2041, Montana faces a similar fight. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Montana's entire congressional delegation has introduced legislation to overturn a Biden-era decision that effectively bans new coal leasing on nearly 2 million acres of federal land in eastern Montana.
It's a lot of area, it's a lot of coal resource, and we'll see how the industry responds. We spoke to one local conservationist who's worried that this whole process and approval timeline is speeding up so much that he's concerned that he and his neighbors might not have their voice heard as they're watching different areas in eastern Montana get put up for potential development.
The Powder River Basin spans both Montana and Wyoming and makes up about 85% of federal coal production and 40% of all coal production in the U.S. A 61-year-old New Zealand man was sentenced Monday to 4 to 4.5 years in a Wyoming prison for stealing millions of dollars in silver and gold from his father's Lincoln County home while his 90-year-old father was away. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in late 2023, Michael Reps started taking gold from his father's home, but told authorities he had no idea that his case would surface to the criminal level, adding that he was trying to intervene in what he saw as a family crisis.
According to Reps, he was worried that someone was pilfering the family money and that the Reps side of the family was getting cut out of the will or of other help. But on the other side of that, Lincoln County's chief deputy prosecutor, Ember Oakley, was like, okay, so if you were just trying to help your siblings and preserve your dad's wishes, why are you spending tens and tens of thousands of dollars on designer bags and clothing, events, high dollar wines, things like that?
Reps was also ordered to pay $2 million in restitution to his father, an amount meant to offset any sums he's ordered to pay in a civil case filed in a Nevada court. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
For Harvey DeSelm's dreams really do come true. For nearly 2 decades, the Cheyenne art dealer has dreamed of seeing bronze sculptures lining every corner of Capitol Avenue. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that now Cheyenne's Capitol Avenue Bronze Project is closing in on its 100th sculpture. There have been 82 installed so far, and another 9 are already spoken for and in the works.
When they started this, Wendy, they thought it would take them 3 years to get to 32 statues. And 20 months later, they had a statue on every corner of Capitol Avenue, putting up bronze statues. That's usually a pretty time-consuming, lengthy process. 3 years, 32 statues was already pretty ambitious. They started in 2021. Here it is 2025, and they've almost reached 100.
DeSelm said the sculptures have captured not just the history of Cheyenne and Wyoming, but its personality as well. Cowboy culture shines out from them, and it's captivating to the tourists who visit every year. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Yeah, just bopping merrily along down the road. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Mark Hines will be here in a moment. We'll talk about bears, dead cats, drowned cats that look a lot like a mink. Maybe we'll talk about wild horses. And today is the day the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meets to discuss changes to hunting regulations, particularly concerning large landholders, large private landowners, big ranches, etc. Are there going to be changes concerning the hunting tags, the amount of hunting tags you get for holding large land? The idea being if you've got a big spread, a big ranch, it's probably inviting to a lot of deer and elk and other critters, and they come on your land and eat your grass, sometimes eat the hay out of your barn. And your compensation in some small way should be receiving a free hunting tag. After all, you put these animals up all year long, basically. And should you be allowed to sell that hunting tag for profit? Very controversial and something being discussed today in Casper at the Game and Fish Commission meeting. I'd like to see how that turns out. Also, proposed idea of making the minimum acreage you own higher, so smaller ranches would not see the benefit of these free hunting tags. The commission is considering an increase in the amount of land you need to own, so we'll see if they do that indeed. All these things on the table as the Game and Fish Commission discusses changes to hunting regs, and it should be a well-attended meeting. I thought it would be. I talked to Mark last week. I said, that's going to be a key meeting. You can watch it online, but I bet a lot of people are going to go to give the commission an earful, to give them their thoughts on things. Mark, what say you? I'm not sure where Mark Hines is, so maybe we move on. We'll talk about Mark Hines' stories, and maybe he'll pop in. Black bears in Sheridan County becoming a routine thing. If you go up there to Sheridan, in Sheridan County, or Story, Dayton, those small towns just south of Sheridan, black bears not uncommon, more and more popular anymore. And neighbors say, we've just learned to get along with them. Black bears, we don't bother them, they don't bother us. Occasionally you get a black bear that's become conditioned. It's been rewarded by food, not usually intentionally. It's not like somebody is handing out treats for the bears. Usually they end up getting into something. That might be a hummingbird feeder if you don't hang it high enough. These bears learn, that's a source of sugary water. Love that stuff. And if they do that too much, sometimes they break into your bully barn or your shed, and they may steal some food out of there. Food rewards, that's never good. And if a bear makes that habitual behavior, that bear will have to be put down. But for the most part, guys like Mark Kinner, Sheridan resident, owns a cabin in Story. He said, we've just kind of learned to get along with them. You got to exercise a few basic cautions. You got to be careful, If you have a barbecue, if you're grilling that night, you got to clean up immediately. Don't leave that out overnight and attract deer. Kinner's learned to live with the black bears. They're just sort of neighbors. He's the one who said, if we leave them alone, they leave us alone. And he's never had an incident except for maybe several years ago. He said he had a bear break into a shed and got at a deer carcass he had hanging in there. The bear ended up dragging off about most of the deer carcass. Game and Fish said, we know what bear that is. He was on the radar. Unfortunately, that bear was euthanized as a repeat offender. But for the most part, the increased amount of black bears in Sheridan County has not meant a whole lot of trouble. Mark Hines has that story. Mark also has a story about perhaps killing older horses could be an option to trimming Wyoming Mustang herds. At least there's a coalition of conservation and hunting groups that claims that holding facilities for Mustangs across the West bursting at the seams. That's what happens when you have these roundups of wild horses. And by the way, there's news that the proposed complete roundup, this was to be, instead of just culling the herd or BLM said they were going to try to get all the wild horses out of the checkerboard pattern areas of Wyoming where wild horses are. That's been put on, I think, a 12-week hold. I was just reading that in... who had that? Wildfile, I think, had a story on that. Yeah, wild horses 6-week. Wild horses, Wyoming in the Wyoming checkerboard region get a 6-week reprieve from whole herd removals. Mike Kirschmal has that story in Wildfile that dropped yesterday. But Mark Hines' story concerns a coalition of conservation and hunting groups that say because these facilities where the horses are then moved to after they round them up are just not enough horses are adopted out of that program. So the horses are just kept and fed for life, basically. Maybe euthanizing some of the older horses could be a necessary last resort to get things under control. Having wild horses out on the landscape is contentious, let's say. You got cattle barons, you got ranchers who do public grazing. They have leases to public graze. Their cows don't have enough to eat because there's too many horses out there eating everything. We also don't want the horse population to explode to the point that the horses are dying out in the wild because there's not enough landscape to support them. So these roundups been taking place, and the facilities where the horses are kept after them are just overflowing. What do you do with these wild Mustangs? Some of them are adopted out and make pretty good horses, but not enough of them. And Mark Hines' story concerns, more roundups planned. And what do you do when the place to put them is already filled up? Maybe euthanizing some of the older horses. Yeah, sooner or later, that is probably where we're all headed. And then finally, Jackson woman stupefied by dead mystery critter floating in the Shoshone River. She was floating the South Fork of Shoshone on Saturday when she, being Sarah McMillan, enjoying a float, spotted what she thought was a dead cat floating in the water. Their boat was anchored, the carcass drifted by, and she grabbed it by the tail, snatched it and held it up. And a photo was taken. Then she later, it slipped away from her and then floated away. So she doesn't have it anymore. But during the time with it, she was trying to figure out what it was. And she said it was not a cat. Is it a wolverine, a marten, a marmot? She wants Game and Fish to chime in. Maybe they know what it is. A lot of guesses. Cowboy State Daily did send photos of the mystery cat-like carcass to Wyoming Game and Fish for a possible ID. No response yet. We'll see if they chime back in. But according to the internets, I'm watching this story trend on Facebook, and a great many users are pretty certain this is a mink, and I have to agree. Animal's fur is pretty much all black with a few white spots on it. It's not fat enough to be a marmot. I really don't think it's a marmot. It looks too skinny, but she does have it stretched out. Looks a little bit like an otter, a little bit like a weasel family, but I think it's a mink. And a lot of folks on the Facebook comment section where the story was posted also think it's a mink. We'll ask Kevin Meyer what he thinks it is. He'll be on shortly. We'll also ask him about the wild horse roundup, stuff like that. Meanwhile, might be a good time to do this day in history. Why don't I do that while we have a moment? Actually, I'm going to go to the Rodeo Roadshow. Yeah, Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow. Will do your thing.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Rusty Wright, the 5-time national finals qualifier in the saddle bronc riding and part of the famous Wright family. I asked him today to talk about his dad, Cody Wright, who came before them and was a 2-time world champion. And we talk about his mom as well. Rusty Wright on the Roadshow coming up next.
The U.S. Cattlemen's Association Summer 2025 Cattle Producers Forum and Board Meeting is July 22nd and 23rd in Billings, Montana. Highlights on July 22nd include policy discussions, a ranch tour, and a night with Northern Livestock Video Auction. And July 23rd, it's a full day of industry updates on important issues like producer profitability, the Packers and Stockyards Act, and most importantly, markets. For more information and to get registered, visit uscattlemen.org.
Looking for tough, long-lasting stock tanks? Go fiberglass with Western Ranch Supply. Our non-rust, corrosion-free livestock water tanks are built to last forever. No more replacing rusted-out metal tanks. Choose from round, rectangular, or oblong styles in many sizes, all at competitive prices. Get yours today at Western Ranch Supplies, Billings, or Great Falls locations, or have them delivered right to your ranch.
Just talk about your dad. I mean, I was a huge fan of him and you know, a 2-time world champion. And how was it? Your mom's an angel. It looks to me like I don't know her that well, but just talk about what it was like, you know, growing up there in southern Utah.
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, we get to watch my dad, you know, live, you know, how to be a winner and the way he rode broncs and just lived his life. You know, it was awesome. You know, having your idol, you know, living with him was awesome. And our mom, you know, why my dad was gone rodeo, and she was awesome, hauling us around to, you know, all the sports we played, and then rodeo when we got into it, you know, towards high school. And yeah, it was just a dream come true. Honestly, looking back, I don't know if we could have had it any better.
You know, Stetson, one time in an interview just like this, he told me once, I asked him to talk about his mom, and it was right after your dad last summer got inducted into the Hall of Fame. He said they ought to have a Hall of Fame for moms because she'd be in it.
Yeah, she'd be first ballot, that's for sure. They really ought to.
Rusty Wright of the Wright family, a brother to Stetson, Ryder, Statler, and Lily on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, catching up with the Wright Rodeo family. It's Will Rasmussen with the Rodeo Roadshow. We'll be right back with Kevin Meyer after this quick break. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Tuesday. Tuesday means Kevin Myers with us, our resident cowboy from Douglas. Kevin, can you make a repeat appearance on Friday?
Yeah, I could probably be here.
Shireen is going to cover for me Friday, and she reached out and said she wanted to talk to you. So she must have a horse that needs training. I don't know.
Well, maybe. I can do that on Friday. That'll be fun. We had some good conversations, I thought, while you were basking in the sun last winter.
Yeah. She must remember those fondly. So, yeah, Friday, we'd like to set a time for you and Shireen to get together. Cool. I want to talk about, did you see the story about the Jackson woman who's holding the dead cat that she found in the river?
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, that's a mink, right? What is that?
It's either, it looks like a mink to me or maybe a tree martin. But to all those people that are saying marmots don't have tails that long.
Yeah. And they're fatter. They're like, and they wouldn't be around water necessarily. They're always like in rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't no marmot. Yeah, they don't have a tail that long. There you go. This thing has a way long tail, like a cat tail.
That's what it looked like to me, probably, but I don't know. Maybe it's a Chupacabra.
That was one of the things people mentioned in the comment section. Could be. Game and Fish, I'm looking at this old post from May 29th, 2018. Casper Region News. Game and Fish had a photo of, and the headline is that a mink? ? Minks, people don't often think of them about Wyoming, but they're going to be found around water. So it's not the first time somebody caught a photo of something and said, what is that? A pine marten? Is it a mink? And back in 2018, Game and Fish posted this photo I'm looking at, which looks like a mink.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. It didn't really quite look like a tree martin to me, but then again, it's been pretty waterlogged, look like, so I don't know. But I tell you what, isn't it amazing what will go viral these days? The entire state on Facebook this morning is talking about what is this dead animal that this lady fished out of the river.
Which gets us off topic. I think the point is don't pick up dead critters you find. Sarah, I don't know. Just let it float by, girl. Leave dead stuff alone. I mean, we all learned that when we were 8. At least poke it with a stick. You don't just pick it up. And she does not. She's got no glove on. She's just picking up a dead thing.
Yeah. Well,
Well, that's all she caught all day fishing. Dead cat, a dead cat, marmot, mink thing. Mark Hines' story about the wild horse roundup. What do you do when you get all these horses and facilities that are already overcrowded? BLM wants to gather every single horse out of the checkerboard pattern areas of Wyoming. That's been put on hold by a judge's injunction, I think, for 6 weeks. But yeah, what do you do with these horses when you go lock them up somewhere other than feed them forever? There's the adoption program works to a degree, and I wanted to ask you about that. Have you, and I don't know, maybe we've talked about it before, I can't remember, but do you have any experience with some of these wild Mustangs? And then they make pretty good mounts when you get some training on them.
yeah, I've messed around with them a little bit, and I have some really good friends that basically make their living doing nothing but training the Mustangs. In fact, I have some friends that they get them halter broke and gentled down a little bit for the adoption. Steve Mantle down in Wheatland. I myself don't really mess with them very much anymore. But, anything that they're going to try to do to manage them is going to get held up in court by a lot of the animal welfare groups. There's different ones. And so, sorry about that, Jake. And the problem is that I know that they are coming from the best possible places. They care about these animals and they want them taken care of. But I think some of these people need to go tour one of those glorified feedlots that they put these wild animals into. And they also need to go out and see how some of these old horses that are out on the range just wither away and get crippled and starve to death because they have worn their teeth down. And to me, like this new idea that has zero chance of ever come to fruition of culling some of the older horses, that they're never going to allow that. But if people would go out and see, they might suddenly realize that it might be better to cull those old ones rather than let them wither away and die a long, painful death.
Yeah. What about the trainability? You train horses. We're talking to Kevin Meyer in Douglas. He trains high-end horses, kind of like what you see in the TV episode, Yellowstone, Taylor Sheridan, the character he plays. That's Kevin Meyer. Without the love life.
Well, definitely without the love life, and I'm not nearly as likable and jovial as that guy is.
Oh man, he's he's on another level. But yeah, that's different. That's putting some specialized training into high-end horses. What about these Mustangs? I mean, you're starting from zero. What kind of training does that involve? Is that a different approach or basically the same thing?
It's basically the same thing. It usually just takes a little longer. And there are some individuals that you just can't get gentled down. It really depends on how old they are when they were rounded up. And it generally takes quite a while for those horses to kind of trust you and get to where you can touch them and be around them. Once they trust you, well, then usually the training comes along pretty fast. The funny part is very few of those Mustangs really will buck very much. They like to run off because that is their natural defense mechanism out on the range. If they see a predator, bucking isn't going to do them any good. Running as fast as they can, as far as they can, is what's going to help them. So that's generally what they do when you start them under saddle.
Yes.
But the good parts about them is they're usually really level-headed as far as crossing water, climbing rocks, being in rough country. They have great big good feet. So there are definitely some positives to those horses. There's just too many of them, and there's too many people voicing their opinions that don't have any stake in the game.
Yeah, and have not had eyes-on observation of what is really happening. That's important. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people that I know that have adopted a Mustang. They talk about their sure feet. These horses, they know where they're putting their feet. They're really good about maneuvering around in rocky terrain, whatever it is. Really sure-footed. What about the kind of horses you're dealing with? You might take a break from training them because they're off for a week with that sore back, visiting Dr. Cowboy and getting chiropractic and some acupuncture. You've probably seen that. That became, I don't know if it still is. I remember a time when horse acupuncture became really big. Like a lot of horses into that. The kind of horse flesh you're dealing with is super expensive, and I'm sure people spare no expense in making sure they're sound and healthy. Have you seen a lot of chiropractic and acupuncture, things that humans get?
Yeah, we have a couple different chiropractors that come in. About every 3 months, we have them come in and go through all of our horses, especially the ones that we're training to show, because they're getting used pretty hard. And we have them adjust them and massage them and just go through them and make sure that everything is lined up where it's supposed to be. And when you think about it, where we sit on a horse is really the weakest part of that horse's body. We're sitting right in the middle of their back. And so they get spine issues, they get ribs popped out just like we humans do. And we'll do that. And we'll do some of the light therapy on them, and we'll do some of the magnetic therapy on them, whatever. We really do see them because they are as athletes. And so we treat them just like every athlete, in the NFL or the NBA. They get the same kind of physical therapy that we give these horses.
Pretty cool.
Even to the point of icing. And right now, the big trend, and it's pretty expensive to buy, but the big trend is cold water spas.
Ooh.
And when you get done riding your horse, you lead them in this box full of water, and it's salt water. And then it has jets that move the cold water around their limbs. And I've talked to some guys that are using it. I haven't used one of those myself, but boy, I've heard there's really, really good results with that. And it's cutting down on the suspensory injuries on the horse's limbs and really keeping them a lot sounder. We use ice packs like on hocks and stifles and whatnot, but the cold water therapy seems to be the new big trend.
La-dee-da. About this time of year, you wouldn't mind getting in there with them. It's getting hot out there.
I tell you what, we were at a horse show here in Douglas last week, an AQHA show, and you know that silver arena there at the state fairgrounds?
Yeah.
That thing, it was 99 degrees on Wednesday, and you ride into that arena, it has to be 140. It is like an oven in there. The arena got so dry that the horses weren't leaving tracks. It was just like riding across the sand dune.
Yeah.
It was amazing. Then luckily the next couple days it was only 73, and I thought I was going to have to get a jacket out.
Whoa. No, heaven forbid. Yeah. I remember, the cold water treatment, when you're out in the mountains is if your horse gets some kind of leg injury, a nick or something, you stand in the creek for a little while. That would be therapy. You go ride the horse into the nearest creek, just stand there for 20 minutes.
Yeah, you bet. That's the best way to get swelling down on a horse. If you have a creek somewhere that you can just go stand him in for a while, that's better than anything.
It's also bug season, and I wanted to ask you about, what that does to horses and some of the measures you take to keep horse flies away, to keep all the bugs. The black flies are out right now in Jackson anyway. They're just horrible. And horse flies as well. flies do more than just bother horses. Like they can really create issues.
Yeah, they can, and they can spread disease a little bit. The main thing is just for us is them just getting bothered, and some of them will kind of get reactions to them and get hives from them. But so we kind of attack it in a bunch of different ways. Number one, we keep our stalls really, really clean.
Yeah.
And I keep our pens really clean. Then we use fly predators. We spend a lot of money on fly predators, and that works really, really well. And then I don't even know how much money we spend on fly spray. It's pretty over the top, but yeah, with the number of animals that we have in kind of a confined space, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, I remember, man, I was working in Colorado and we were in a national park, so supposedly we couldn't use fly spray. We couldn't use anything toxic. So we used dishwater soap or something.
Pine Sol.
But yeah, we used Pine Sol. That's right.
Yep.
Well,
yep. And it works pretty good. And, for the most part, we don't use the permethrin fly sprays. We use the organic fly sprays just because of the amount we use. I always used to joke as soon as the flies came out, I'd say, well, it's cancer season because I'm sure we're giving them cancer with the amount of spray we're putting on them.
Right.
So we've switched over to kind of the natural stuff. And ironically, it's the only natural stuff that's cheaper than the processed stuff. So it's cheaper and it works just as good because I always laugh. You read on the bottle, it says, apply the fly spray every 3 to 4 days. Well, in reality, it's every 3 to 4 hours if you really want to control them.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember taking rides up Munger Mountain and leaving the horses picketed while you had lunch and just watching those flies. I felt bad for them. The flies all over them. I mean, they got to shiver all the time and get the tail going. It just creates, to me, anxiety in the horse. Like he's a lot of wasted energy battling flies. Ugh. I hate flies.
Yeah. Well, it's no different than you sitting on the edge of the lake fighting the mosquitoes when you're really just trying to relax.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that's a lot of horse talk today. What else is on your mind? Anything?
Well, there's a story in the Cowboy State Daily about one of my old bosses, Juan Reyes.
Get out. Juan Reyes.
Yep. Yeah, he's getting inducted into the Wyoming Agricultural Hall of Fame. And if anyone out there hasn't read the story, he truly is living the American dream. He's the American success story. He came to America from Cuba when he's 11. And now he's one of the most respected cattlemen in the state and really in the country. But more so than that, nationally, he's respected as a border collie trainer.
I didn't know that.
Dog trainer. Yeah, he's the one working for him at his feedlot is when I first got into dogs. And I've always had a really good time visiting dogs with him. And he really got me on the road to training dogs. So anything that I'm able to do with a border collie, I owe all of that to Juan. So, and it's a really cool story, the story of his life. So everybody should go read that story.
I would have never guessed. Some people are just born in the wrong time. We all know about that. But some people are born in the wrong place. This guy could have had Fidel Castro put a rifle in his hand and fight for communist Cuba, but he got to America when he was 11 and left Cuba behind, I guess. I wouldn't even know. I guess if you heard him talk, I don't know, you would detect that he was, hey, you weren't born here. But I see pictures of him and he looks like every Wyoming rancher I've ever seen.
Yeah. And, he has kind of a little bit of an accent, not very much, but you want to talk about a brilliant guy. I learned a lot from him when I worked for him, not just about cattle, but about business, about life, about dogs. Really, really interesting guy.
Yeah, and Juan Reyes had that in his background. His parents back in Cuba, I mean, yeah, they had livestock. He rode horses, so he's got all that, but Yeah, that's interesting. I would have never guessed. Isn't that funny how there's just a couple degrees of separation and everything? Every time it seems like someone comes up in the news, Kevin Meyer's like, oh, yeah, I know that guy. I used to work with him, for him. Like, yeah.
Well, that's the reward you get for a misspent youth.
I guess. Well, you had the good fortune in running across Juan Reyes. Yeah, great story. Read that. And yeah, thanks, buddy, for coming on.
All righty, we'll talk to you later.
I'll put you with Shireen Friday. Sorry to miss that, but you two will have fun.
All righty, cool. Take care.
Have a good Tuesday. Kevin Meyer from Douglas, making horse sense of the world. And yeah, we talked about a whole lot of stuff. Let's take a quick break. I got another special guest coming in. We're going to talk floods in Texas right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Let's check out things that happened on this day in history. This day is July 15. And we're going to go in the Wayback Machine. And I mean way back. How about 1215? Oh, I remember it like it was yesterday. The year 1215, at least it's AD, King John assents to the Magna Carta, one of the primary documents of the English legal system. By extension, it's become the legal system of the United States, the Magna Carta. This day, 1215. Fast forward, 1863, USS Wyoming victorious at the Shimonoseki Straits. Okay. In an action against Japanese local power. 1866, the site of Fort Kearny was chosen, staked out. It would be completed by October 21st, but it was this day that the site was chosen. 1872, cornerstone laid for the Territorial Prison in Laramie. 1894, Butch Cassidy and Al Hayner are sent to the Wyoming State Pen. Speaking of incarceration for extortion, they had been running a protection racket aimed at ranchers. 1920, on this day, Casper made headquarters for the division of the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad. In 1992, the ML Ranch in Bighorn County was added to the National Register of Historic Places. And finally, in 2007, in a story that I think needs to be fleshed out a little better, maybe one of the journalists of the Cowboy State Daily can dig into this. 2007, this day in Cheyenne, Robin Muniz was shot and killed as she performed with the music group Ty and the Twisters. And I want to say Ty and the Twisters also played up in Jackson at the Wart. The suspect, David Muniz, I'm guessing the husband, shot himself in the chest when later confronted by police. He would die 3 days later on July 18th of the wound. But yeah, this little snippet of his story begs more explanation. Ty and the Twisters killed as she was performing. So this music group is performing in Cheyenne in July 15, 2007. And the husband shoots the wife. Is he in the band? Is he an estranged husband? I would like to learn way more about that. Interesting. Facebook comments pretty interesting as well. A lot of people are chiming in on many of the issues we've been talking about. Bill says, like the Mustang issue, that there are way too many people throwing opinions around while not having a clue about what they are virtue signaling about. Yeah, too many wild Mustang, too many wild horses, too many people with opinions, including this one talking at you now. But yeah, there's a lot of people that care about wild horses who've never seen one, never seen a horse, maybe don't understand what happens out on the landscape in the wild, and don't understand then the life these horses lead in the holding pens after they're rounded up. Well, I don't know what happened to our hydrologist, if that's the right term, specialist. We were supposed to talk to Dr. Sharif, and I don't know what's happened to him. He's been in demand lately because not only is he based in Texas, Hatem Sharif, PhD, PEMPH, whole bunch of stuff, whole bunch of letters after his name. He got more letters than a mail carrier. He's a professor at University of Texas, San Antonio, and he runs a laboratory, the hydrometeorological, try to rip that one out of your mouth, and geospatial analytics. His group at the college there at the university uses environmental data, modeling techniques, and geospatial data analytics, and basically studies where water goes after it falls out of the sky and why it may create flooding like we just experienced in Texas, New Mexico as well. He uses algorithms that process satellite radar observations of the Earth and atmospheric conditions. They package it all in a digestible way for the general public to consume. They use state-of-the-art hydrological and flood modeling. And Dr. Sharif would be the guy to go to when you ask the question, why does this area of Texas flood so often? I mean, it's been called the flood zone of Texas, this whole area from really San Antonio up to Dallas, the so-called hill country of Texas. And there are a lot of explanations as to why it's such a flood-prone area. I mean, the basics are you've got steep hills, dry land, shallow creeks that all feed the Guadalupe River. And the land can't hold a ton of water. It's super hard and dry. It's not very absorbent. And those shallow creeks fill up in a hurry. And then they rush to the river, which can rise so fast. And yeah, this Dr. Sharif has done a lot of studies, written a lot of papers on just this kind of stuff. Why people drown. Floods are the leading cause of fatalities. This is from a 2015 paper that Dr. Sharif authored. Floods are the leading cause of fatalities connected with natural disasters in Texas. A 2015 paper that he authored said it reviewed flood-related fatalities in Texas between 1959 and 2008. So it would have included that terrible flooding and death in 1987, yet it's prior to the flood we just experienced on the 4th of July. Dr. Sharif compared Texas with other states, and some of the revelations that come out of his study showed that the size of the population in Texas is the major factor in an increased number of fatalities. There's simply more people in Texas, more people out there using the land, more people camping and getting out. Like, that's one reason. The data also suggested that driving or walking into floodwaters may be responsible for 93% of the flood fatalities in Texas. So in other words, you should know better. More than 90% of the time, people think they can drive through water, but it's too deep and it doesn't take much. I mean, 1.5 feet of water, certainly 2 feet of water, you can't drive through that. It'll pick your car up, your truck up. And people get this notion they can simply drive across that little temporary creek that, and no, you can't. That's often a big problem. Overestimating your ability to maneuver through floodwater is one big reason. But Texas Hill Country, known for its unique landscape where shallow rivers wind among hills, rugged valleys. There's also the Balcones Escarpment, which is just a bulwark of cracked, weathered rock. It extends in an arc from kind of like Waco to Del Rio, and it's a raised escarpment. And when Gulf moisture comes up against it, as Don Day explained, it rises up the escarpment and just creates rain that stays right there. Dr. Sharif would have told you all this if he was on. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe sometimes when we get different time, he may be on Texas time, right? So maybe, boy, I hope he doesn't show up at an hour later, maybe. But I know he's super busy. And I was really excited because this certainly is in the news. These the flooding and reasons why. This is what this guy does. This is his day job, y'all. Dr. Sharif knows all about the flooding and maybe can share some good advice on how to avoid the next one. He does say more detailed models are needed about what happens. In other words, the amount of rain you get over a 24 or 48 hour period, and depending on where, what that does to the area creeks and rivers. Yeah, it's I'm sorry we don't have him after I talked it all up. Oh well. We'll move on to other stories from Cowboy State Daily in a minute. I did want to follow up on something I told Greg earlier, and that's Elon Musk secured a deal with the Pentagon to sell his AI Grok, his artificial intelligence Grok, which got into trouble, I think, last week when it was asked certain questions and Grok responded in a very pro-Hitler way, and that didn't go over well. And Elon said, well, he's trained Grok, he's programmed Grok to speak its mind and be really blunt and not woke. But this was on the extreme other end, and the pro-Hitler comments didn't go over well. Elon Musk said he was going to retool Grok and make it better, but he did manage to made the announcement yesterday that his Grok for government was now in place. His company signed a contract with the Department of Defense for up to $200 million. Elon Musk has contracted with the Pentagon, and the Pentagon and Department of Defense is going to use Grok artificial intelligence from Musk. And they're going to use it in tax IRS. They're going to use it in making war as well. Interesting. All right, we got more to get to, but we'll have to get to it next hour. Top of the hour news break on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Yellowstone National Park has announced the discovery of a new thermal feature, a 13-foot baby blue hot spring in the Norris Geyser Basin. The U.S. Geological Survey announced that the new pool emerged sometime around Christmas and was first spotted in April. While the feature doesn't have a name, Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's an exciting new addition to the most dynamic thermal basin in Yellowstone.
It wasn't there December 19th of 2024, but it started forming within that window. And by February, we had a 13-foot wide pool. It's a hot spring, so its water is warm but not scalding hot. The kind of milky blue color, which Wendy so aptly described like the blue milk from Star Wars, comes from the high amount of dissolved silica in the water. So it's just kind of like a cloudy blue.
Unlike the explosion in Biscuit Basin last year or other more volatile changes in Yellowstone, the event that led to the formation of this new pool didn't register on any of Yellowstone's seismic stations and barely registered on acoustic sensors. While efforts are moving forward to reverse part of a Biden administration rule that would end mining coal in Wyoming's Powder River Basin by 2041, Montana faces a similar fight. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Montana's entire congressional delegation has introduced legislation to overturn a Biden-era decision that effectively bans new coal leasing on nearly 2 million acres of federal land in eastern Montana.
It's a lot of area, it's a lot of coal resource, and we'll see how the industry responds. We spoke to one local conservationist who's worried that this whole process and approval timeline is speeding up so much that he's concerned that he and his neighbors might not have their voice heard as they're watching different areas in eastern Montana get put up for potential development.
The Powder River Basin spans both Montana and Wyoming and makes up about 85% of federal coal production and 40% of all coal production in the U.S. A 61-year-old New Zealand man was sentenced Monday to 4 to 4.5 years in a Wyoming prison for stealing millions of dollars in silver and gold from his father's Lincoln County home while his 90-year-old father was away. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in late 2023, Michael Reps started taking gold from his father's home, but told authorities he had no idea that his case would surface to the criminal level, adding that he was trying to intervene in what he saw as a family crisis.
According to Reps, he was worried that someone was pilfering the family money and that the Reps side of the family was getting cut out of the will or of other help. But on the other side of that, Lincoln County's chief deputy prosecutor, Ember Oakley, was like, okay, so if you were just trying to help your siblings and preserve your dad's wishes, why are you spending tens and tens of thousands of dollars on designer bags and clothing, events, high dollar wines, things like that?
Reps was also ordered to pay $2 million in restitution to his father, an amount meant to offset any sums he's ordered to pay in a civil case filed in a Nevada court. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
For Harvey DeSelm's dreams really do come true. For nearly 2 decades, the Cheyenne art dealer has dreamed of seeing bronze sculptures lining every corner of Capitol Avenue. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that now Cheyenne's Capitol Avenue Bronze Project is closing in on its 100th sculpture. There have been 82 installed so far, and another 9 are already spoken for and in the works.
When they started this, Wendy, they thought it would take them 3 years to get to 32 statues. And 20 months later, they had a statue on every corner of Capitol Avenue, putting up bronze statues. That's usually a pretty time-consuming, lengthy process. 3 years, 32 statues was already pretty ambitious. They started in 2021. Here it is 2025, and they've almost reached 100.
DeSelm said the sculptures have captured not just the history of Cheyenne and Wyoming, but its personality as well. Cowboy culture shines out from them, and it's captivating to the tourists who visit every year. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's my favorite time of the show when I get to talk to Renee. She's so super smart. Renee, what are you doing that's smart today?
Oh, what am I doing that's smart today? Well, today I'm in Lander. I'm at the Espresso Bake Shop. They have great coffee here, and so I'm drinking a coffee and writing a story.
Woo! You're living your best life. You're living my best life. That sounds good. So was that you that had the story about the Lander climbing community? Let me see. I want to.
Yeah, that was me.
Excellent. Yeah, they have. You're there, I guess, for the big event.
So I came up for Gold Rush Days, but at the same time, the International Climbing Festival was going on, so I kind of juggled that in a little bit. I think it's pretty interesting that Lander is attracting these world-class climbing people, celebrity climbers. And when I was walking around the event in the Lander City Park, there were so many vendors there. From all over the place. People from all over the country, from all over the world actually come to Lander for this event, the International Climbers Festival. They had about 600 people stuffed into that park. There were tents everywhere. It's like a little tent city sprang up overnight. They had uh, one of the really cool vendors I ran into is from Wyoming, and she started a company, portable climbing wall, so you need to train for climbing. There's all kinds of different holds. You can customize it to suit your needs, whatever you're training for. One of the climbers there kind of demonstrated how the wall works. It's kind of cool, actually, watching these people tabletop bouldering. That's practice for boulder, the real stuff, but you can use a tabletop to do it. Who knew?
I know. I saw the picture of that. I'm like, what is that girl doing? She's climbing up on a table or that whoever that is. Yeah. That's interesting.
Saw a couple of guys who were like tightrope walking. They just strung this tightrope up between these two trees and get up on this rope and walk across it. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, that's.
I thought the balance beam was hard.
That's really good for your core, supposedly. Yeah, and climbers have to be that core strength and have such balance. And if you ever met a climber who does a lot of time doing it, their grip has got to be vice-like.
Yeah, they were all pretty muscled, They had lots of muscles up top. You could tell that they were really working out pretty hard. And I guess Lander just has the right kind of rock for climbing.
Yeah, what's
limestone.
that? Yeah, one of the climbers said it's like pockety limestone. It's got so they like that, don't they?
Yeah, because limestone, it has some areas that are a little softer, maybe they get dissolved a little quicker. So it creates these pockets in the rock that you can grab onto and use that for toe holds, finger holds, to climb the sheer face of a vertical cliff wall. And then the climbing wall, is kind of curved. It's curved so you're like hanging upside down. You're actually building more strength that way with the climbing wall. So that was kind of cool to watch, how they do that and how they train. And it looks a little dangerous, but they do clip on to they have bolts they put in and they clip onto that so that if they do fall, they're not gonna plunge to their death.
Yeah. And while you're in Landry, you better make sure that powder donut isn't the powder they use for gripping. You make sure it's actually sugar. Just my advice.
Okay.
You probably met a few climbers from 10 Sleep, which has become kind of like a mini Lander climbing mecca.
Yeah, there's another climbing area there in 10 Sleep. But Lander is really world class. It attracts people from all over the world to Lander. The town, they just fall in love with it, basically. It's got such a nice vibe. All kinds of people have moved there, started businesses there. Maven Optics, for example. And I guess one of the partners at Cowfish is a climber. So, these climbers arrive, they need a way to live, I guess, and support their lifestyle. So they start businesses. I kind of got like a little outdoor business triangle going on in the Riverton and Lander area, thanks to some of that.
Well, thank you for the introduction for me to Harvey DeSelms. I know you've written about the bronze sculptures in downtown Cheyenne before, I think, but Harvey, what a cool guy. What a dream he had, literal dream that's coming into fruition. It's what a guy. And have you've seen these bronzes? I have not.
Yeah, and there's one on like every corner of Capitol Avenue. So if you're walking up to the Capitol from the depot, they're all over the place. A lot of them are Wyoming history. They're not just Cheyenne history. There are some that more pertain to Cheyenne maybe than the rest of the state, but a lot of them are just kind of state figures, Uh, so it's capturing little oral history. A lot of these families that do this, they have family history that goes back. And so that history gets retold and kind of captured in bronze with this project. I think it's pretty cool. Sheridan, has I think 130 bronze statues.
That many?
So Harvey's closing in on them with 9 more to go to 100. He said he's not going to quit after that. He'll be just as excited about 101 in the next 100 statues as he is about the first. But I think the other thing that's remarkable about the project, really, if you think about bronze statues, it would normally take a lot longer to put something like this together, right? They gave themselves 3 years to do 32 statues, one on every corner of Capitol Avenue. Well, they achieved that in 20 months. In 20 months, they had 32 statues. And so here we are in 2025. They started in 2021, and they're almost to 100.
It took a while for Harvey's dream to get into place. In fact, it took a pandemic, and then finally, you get Duster. The first one became another one, and then people started probably seeing them and saying, "Oh, I want to get in on this too." All private money, no public money for this. It's all donated. We're talking about closing in on $3 million worth of bronze sculptures, Harvey said. And I asked about how do they keep the pigeons away, and I don't think he took me seriously. Actually, you got to clean them though. You got to clean bronze, or
the city takes care of the cleaning. I think that's really the only public contribution. But so there's a little maintenance involved, but all the rest is privately funded.
Before your Lander trip, you were in Du Bois. You were hanging out there for the 4th of July. You saw the parade. You said to expect a story coming, a story or two. And, well, the one about Dan Stark said you found it hard to find a room in Du Bois. Lodging is not terribly robust in Du Bois. They could use a few more rooms. So Dan Starks, the man behind the military museum, is going to do it himself.
Right. The first year I went to Du Bois and spent the night for the 4th of July parade, I really didn't have any trouble getting a room. But this year I looked a week ahead of time, just wanting to make sure I got a pretty good room, and everything was like sold out. I was like, wow. So they really filled up the town this year. And I was talking with Dan Starks about his new motel project. And he said, they've had to turn large tour bus groups away because they just didn't have anywhere with a big enough block of rooms. So this new motel is going to have 70 rooms. That's plenty of room for a 40-person tour bus to put up for the night or for, a couple of days if they're doing a workshop or something. And, he said he was hoping somebody would kind of step up and do that, but ultimately he had to do it himself.
What's
the job done right, you got to do it yourself.
That's right. Dan, well, look what Dan's done with the museum. I mean, I want that guy in charge of everything. And he's not going to go super fancy. This won't be a 5-star, Yeah, like he's going to keep it simple, heads in beds and make it just a motel. Is he doing it out there on his property or in town? Where is he proposing this?
It'll be right next to the military museum. So if people are there to see the military museum, they can stay at the Liberty Lodge. That's the name of it. It's going to be the Liberty Lodge.
Yeah.
And it's really meant to be kind of a basic accommodation. It's not a hotel. There's not going to be a big lobby. They already have, food service next door at the cantina. There's not going to be a hot tub or a pool or anything like that. It's meant to be affordable accommodations. A lot of the people who want to come to the museum, they're veterans, they're senior citizens on a fixed income, there are teachers. These are all people who need, affordable stay, something that's not going to set them back too far for coming out and taking a couple of days to check out the museum.
Let's go back to the topic of art. DuBois doing a little bit of art as well. It's not bronze statues outside on the street. It's actually inside a laundromat. Art is going up. I like this idea, though.
I don't know why nobody thought of it before, really.
Right.
What do you have to do while you're folding clothes? And I know most people don't wait on their laundry. They just stick it in and go, eat and come back and stick it in, and then they go do something else and come back. But a lot of people do hang around and fold their laundry at the little table there. And so this art show is going to be kind of arranged in the area where the folding table is. So while you're fluff and fold, you can be looking at some artwork.
Genius. Yeah, Brooke and Lewis. Yeah,
Louis, I think he pronounces it Louis, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Although that's a little weird, but
I've always seen the building because how can you miss the big giant buffalo skull outside?
Right.
So now there's reason to go in. I've never needed to do laundry in DuBois, but I'm going to go in and look at some art, I guess. Good story, Renee.
It's opening this Thursday, and it'll be open for 4 months after that. So if you're in DuBois in the next 4 months, you can check it out.
I will be in DuBois this weekend, actually, so I am going to go check it out.
So you should be able to check that out. So a tour to Wyoming will be in DuBois tomorrow night and Thursday, I think. So.
All right. And one final story from Renee. We're cooking with cowboys. Tell me about celebrity chef Vincent Fiore. You've seen his TV shows. He loves Cody. He's never forgotten Cody. And Cody is where he's coming home to for the first inaugural show on Roku now, Cooking with Cowboys.
Yeah. So Vincent showed up in Wyoming, I guess, last year or so. And he worked for a while there at the UXU ranch. He doesn't work there anymore. But before COVID, he had a couple of pretty popular television shows, Coast to Coast and The Wise Guy Kitchen. He was there in Cody, just kind of relaxing. And some guy walks by and says, "Hey, aren't you that guy? Don't you have a show, on Amazon Prime or Roku or something?" And he's like, no, it's not me. He's trying to have a vacation. The guy's like, "Yeah, you're the Wise Guy chef. I know you." Well, so he pops off with, I used to cook for Wise Guys, but now I'm cooking with cowboys. And as he was saying that, he realized, hey, that could be another television show. So, he got that idea, wrote out the show, and now he's working on making it a reality. And he wants to start in Wyoming because, that's where he got the idea. And he really likes Wyoming.
I love that. Yeah, he pitched it to producers, got the green light only on the condition that he does the first show in Cody, if not the first two. He said there's a lot going on in Cody. It's going to be kind of a tourist thing and with food, a little bit of both.
Yeah, he was telling me that they wanted him to do Bandera, Texas first. He's from Texas. And Bandera lays claim to being the cowboy capital of the world. But of course, Wyoming is the cowboy state. So, I think we have dibs on that.
All right, Chef Vincent. Can't wait to see that show. Renee, man, it's hard to keep up with you. Lander, you're hanging out with climbers and okay. Good deal. Well, have a great Tuesday. Living my life. Enjoy. Okay. We'll see you again later this week. Cowboy
Bye-bye.
State Daily Show with Jay continues. Renee, Jay's got some stories you just got to read, including what a treat it was to talk to Cheyenne art dealer Harvey DeSelms, who is the man behind all the bronzes you see in downtown Cheyenne lining the street. They're already spilled off of Capitol Avenue. They have so many. They got 80 something. They're almost to 100, almost to $3 million worth of bronze sculptures in Cheyenne. And it all came out of a dream Harvey DeSelms had. Wow. And coming into fruition, into reality. Dan Starks, the owner of the military museum just outside of Du Bois, said, man, business would be a lot better if people had places to stay. Du Bois got quite a few small to medium-sized lodging, a lot of mom and pop stuff, privately owned. But they do lack maybe just a big motel where people could stay. So he's going to make one himself, Liberty Lodge, on the way in Du Bois. And Chef Vincent, he's got a brand new show, Cooking with Cowboys. That'll debut this fall, by the way. And the first episode in Cody. All these stories from Renee, Jean, pretty exciting. Let's take a quick break here with the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and Du Bois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own, a place that I call home, this place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Tuesday, halfway through July. It's the 15th. Picking up on a couple of stories from the Cowboy State Daily, Claire McFarland reporting that we know a little bit more about the shooting in Pinedale, not a lot more. Still don't know the shooter, but we know the victim. 67-year-old local man shot to death Friday in a back alley in Pinedale. This is during rendezvous day, so it's pretty busy in Pinedale. A lot of people out and about. The man was shot at close range, 2 or 3 feet away. We know that. We know the how, and we know the who. It's 67-year-old Paul Browning died of a single gunshot wound to the chest. What we don't know is why. And the case is still being investigated. Sublette County Sheriff Casey Laird told Cowboy State Daily that in consideration is perhaps a self-defense justified shooting, but we still don't know whether that was the case. Death investigators are looking for toxicology information, so it would lead me to believe, if I can connect some dots, that perhaps there was an indication that the victim, Paul Browning, may have been drunk. If they're looking for toxicology, won't know the results of that for about 4 weeks. But maybe, drunk, belligerent, trying to force his way on someone. But the coroner has ruled it a homicide, which means he was killed not by his own hand, but by somebody else. The gunshot wound appeared to have been inflicted from 2 or 3 feet away, said Sublette County Coroner Kurt Colville. But that's all we know for now until toxicology reports are back. The sheriff said investigators have questioned the shooter, and there's indication that it may have been a justified shooting. No criminal culpability has not been an issue, at least yet, and I get no arrest from what I understand. Here's Claire McFarland talking with Wendy Core about that.
The man who was shot to death Friday in an alley in Pinedale was a 67-year-old local man from a community known as Bargerville. 67-year-old Paul Browning died of a single gunshot wound to the chest in the manner of homicide. That's what the Sublette County coroner told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Monday.
So homicide's a big umbrella term that coroners use that just means one person's actions led to the death of another. Prosecutors and law enforcement have to take a narrower look, like, was it accidental? In which case we aren't going to charge it. Was it criminal? In which case we are going to charge it. Or was it justified? In which case we are not going to charge it. And so even though you have this big umbrella now established, like guy died, homicide, gunshot wound to the chest, it now falls to investigators and prosecutors to determine, okay, is it justified or is it criminal?
Death investigators pulled toxicology information, but won't have those results back for around 4 weeks.
Well, while there's a lot we don't learn in that Claire McFarland story, there is something we do learn. Her car is way too clean to have four boys, right? No way. She's doing that interview with Wendy. For those of you on radio, I can see the interview, and she's doing it with Wendy, and there's it looks like a brand new car. It's way too clean. We're going to talk to Claire tomorrow, and I'm going to ask her how she keeps her car so clean. That's impossible. We're going to go to Powell, and we're going to read the Powell newspaper. What do they call that Powell paper? The Tribune. And a woman keeps a Nigerian pygmy teacup goat. That's a lot of words to just say she's got a little goat. And she keeps it in her yard in the city of Powell. And that's not allowed. The city of Powell prohibits residents from owning a variety of animals, including goats, cows, chinchillas, and don't even think about getting a venomous frog on your property. So she's got this Nigerian pygmy teacup goat, and she's just living a quiet life, her and the goat and a few chickens. And somebody drives by, sees the goat, and complains on her. That's the hardest part of the story to swallow. Is the police chief, the Powell police chief, Jim Ray, said in an interview that somebody called the police department to complain about the goat. Someone who, quote, doesn't live in this woman's neighborhood. What a Karen. I don't know who this is. She's not in there, but who goes out of their way to call the cop shop and complain because you saw a goat in a neighborhood you don't even live in? It's not even like the neighbors. I can understand the neighbors next door are saying, this woman's keeping a whole bunch of roosters over there and they cock-a-doodle-doo every morning. We're talking about Venus Botticelli. Venus Botticelli. And she had to come before the city council the other day and explain why she has a 4-month-old 10-pound goat. She says it's part of the family. It comes inside. It's an emotional support animal. She even has certification to show that it's an emotional support goat. She didn't know she wasn't allowed to keep a goat. In fact, the real estate agent that sold her the property promised, he said, you can have goats here. You can have cows, chickens. So she does have chickens. In fact, she has too many. I think she had 12 chickens. She had to get rid of 8 of them. She can only have 4 chickens. Yeah, she has 12 chickens. You can only have 4 in Powell, as a Powell resident informs me. And so she had to get rid of those. The city council made her get rid of those. And then the city council heard her sob story about the poor pygmy goat, saying she needed and they wouldn't let her keep it. Can you believe that? They said, well, we understand. They felt bad for her. They said, we get the position you're in. We love the goat. It's cute and everything. She had neighbors who wrote letters of support saying the goat doesn't bother us. Yet the mayor, John Wetzel, and Councilman Troy Bray both said they can't support making an exception for her pygmy goat because then everybody's going to run out and get another goat. Councilman Bray said, I don't think a pygmy goat is that big a deal, but we don't want a whole herd of Nubians running around town either. And they didn't want to make a precedent-setting decision. If they let Venus keep this pygmy goat, then everybody wants a goat. Pretty soon, Powell's overrun by goats. But yeah, my favorite part of the story, or least favorite part of the story, is the Karen that had to intervene and make the phone call to the cop shop. Really? You got to go out of your way to complain about a goat you saw in town? Man, humbug. David Madison has a story about Montana. They want to get into the coal rush just like Wyoming. The end of Biden-era coal lease rules means some coal mining operations in Wyoming that were due to cease here pretty soon. In the Powder River Basin, by the year 2030, coal mining was going to be ended. under the Biden era. Now, with the new coal-friendly Trump administration, coal is suddenly back on, and it is in Wyoming, and apparently, according to David Madison, it's back in Montana as well. Following Wyoming's lead, Montana's congressional delegation pushing to reverse Biden-era BLM rules that would end coal mining in the Powder River Basin, which extends up into Montana. Montana wants to do what Wyoming is doing. U.S. Senators Steve Daines, Tim Sheehy, along with Reps Troy Downing and Ryan Zinke, all Republicans, all from Montana, are looking to get things changed to make life happy again for coal miners in Montana, following Wyoming's suit. All right. Claire McFarland has a story about the man who just got 4 to 4.5 years sentencing for stealing gold and silver from his dad. My takeaway in this story is his 90-year-old dad has a girlfriend. What? He's 90. 61-year-old New Zealand man, Michael Reps, was ordered to pay $2 million in restitution to his father to compensate for stealing millions of dollars in silver and gold from his dad's Lincoln County home. And he was doing this back in the year 2023. Reps pleaded no contest to 1 count of felony theft, accepted a plea agreement and a potential prison term of up to 4.5 years. He was facing up to 10 years if he didn't take the plea deal. But sentencing is complete. Reps said he was worried that dad was being unduly influenced by his new girlfriend. I kid you not. The 90-year-old hanging out with some youngin', and Reps said he was afraid that she was talking him into, potentially sharing the gold and silver with her and her family, and maybe cutting Reps out of the will and cutting him out of the picture. And he panicked and figured he would just help himself to dad's gold and silver. Interesting. And again, the key takeaway is the 90-year-old with the girlfriend. Wow. We'll do some more when we come back, including we're going to check in with State Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. She issued a press release just the other day, yesterday, I think. And we'll talk about gas stations and how they're ripping you off even more than usual. We'll take this one final break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back for our final run at the finish line here on a Tuesday edition of the show. Gas stations are ripping you off. Men's Journal reports of the practice of advertising one price and then charging you a different one at the pump when you use a credit card or a debit card. The price they put out there on the big pole, the price they put where you could see it from the roadside, where you made your decision, okay, I'm going to pull in here. They got the cheapest gas around. They're showing you the price for cash payers. Who pays cash for gas? Nobody. Who pays cash for anything? Nobody. That's not fair. Some of the differences are up to like $1 difference. Like I've seen, 10 cents. Maybe they'll show on the board $3.99 for diesel. And that means for you cash payers, it's really $4.09 if you're paying by card. Well, that's a 10-cent difference. Some of these gas stations are going $1 different. That's stupid. Across several states, including especially you, Florida, gas stations are charging up to $1 more for those of you using plastic over gas. Look, the convenience of the card. You never have to enter the gas station. That's where convenience stores anyway make their money, is while you're pumping your car full of gas, they know you're going to go in there and buy an overpriced Pepsi and a bag of chips. They make their money off pretzels, not diesel. But let's say you're just there to fuel up. You're moving fast. You're probably not traveling with the girlfriend or wife who's got to go to the bathroom every 15 miles. And you just want to fuel up and get out of there. Nobody's going to bring cash inside the building and say, here's my, prepay and bring cash. No. We're all the convenience of the credit card. That's how we're paying. That is not fair to post one price on the sign and say, oh, this is the cash price. Does it really cost retailers more to process your credit card? Apparently it does. You see a lot of places giving you the credit card uplift, the credit card upsell, because they say it costs them 1 or 2% more to do it that way. Well, let's face it, nobody's using cash anymore, certainly not for gas. So why put that price? Why even put that up there as the advertised price? Not fair. Everything's costing you more these days, whether you're paying cash or not. This story from the Times.com. saying inflation is rampant. The headline, "Rip Off America?" ? From car rentals to coffee. Inflation is everywhere. Sometimes it's supply issues. Simply can't get enough of the product. Sometimes it's fuel prices, tariff related. Sometimes just flat out corporate greed. Inflation, car rentals are way up. And the idea is it may be due to a lot of folks that are curtailing their summer vacations instead of flying somewhere, because the only thing that may be down from 2015 till now is actually plane tickets. Your flights have shown a little bit of a decrease while everything else in the world is up, including car rentals. For, let's say you're going to Nashville, all right? Which, by the way, Tennessee was just rated as one of the worst states to live in. And I'm not surprised. And we're looking at you, Memphis. Memphis has become a cesspool. No regular person who doesn't own a firearm wants to live in Memphis. It's just overrun with criminal element. And that's taken the whole state down. Tennessee ranked second to worst state to live in one survey I just read. But let's say you don't know that, and you're going to Nashville, oblivious. You want to go meet some country music stars. As soon as you get off the plane, you go to get your car rental. It's going to cost you $670 for that Toyota Camry for 4 days. Grab a Starbucks coffee on the way to the hotel. That's another $7. Your hotel for 3 nights is $500 for the weekend, which seems pretty reasonable, actually, because here in Jackson Hole, I mean, $500 a night is the going rate. But it just shows you all the things that have just gone up and up and up since basically COVID. Car rentals, coffee, gas prices, all on the rise. Hotels are up an average of 24% since 5% in the last year, 24% in the last 5 years. Hotels on the rise, hotel prices. Flights, as we said, are actually down. Surprisingly, airfares down 18.5% compared with 2015. And that may be an indication that less of us are flying. I saw another report that said many of us this summer, many Americans are expected to scale down on their summer vacation. Americans downsizing on the summer vacation. This story from the Washington Post. A recent survey done by Generali Global Assistance found that Americans expect to spend an average of $3,132 on their summer vacation this year. A little over $3,000. That's down a lot from last year. 25%, in fact, when most Americans, average Americans, set aside $4,199 for their summer vacay. So $1,000 less this summer is what American families are spending on summer vacations, meaning many will be driving instead of flying. I think we've seen a little bit of that in Wyoming, and I think that kind of mentality will factor into visitation at our national parks. I'm thinking Yellowstone finally hits the 5 million mark this year. 4.9 million, highest visitation. That was in 2021 at Yellowstone. I think we get to 5 million this year. And I think a lot of it has to do with regional travelers. They're going to be coming to Yellowstone. Less buses from China, less tour buses from China, less people flying from California and New York and spending a week in Wyoming. And I think it's more of a Nebraska family packs into the station wagon and heads to Yellowstone. I think that's going to push us to 5 million this year. We'll see. But American Vacation's down a little bit. But everything else is up. Prices for everything. We're looking at inflation. Groceries, yep, way up. What else? I said I would share Superintendent Megan Degenfelder's press release. She just issued this. She runs the Wyoming Department of Education. Superintendent Degenfelder calls on the WEA to denounce the NEA's dangerous attack on President Trump. And you know, in the education field, they love their acronyms. So let me explain that for you. Megan Degenfelder says the WEA should denounce the NEA's dangerous attack on President Trump. Here's what's happened. The National Education Association, NEA, came out with a statement about President Trump not long ago that called President Trump's actions, and Trump, of course, is kind of making steps towards getting rid of the federal U.S. Department of Education. Says it's unnecessary, fired a bunch of people on the way to basically eliminating this department. And the NEA, the National Education Association, called Trump's actions fascist, quote, unquote, authoritarian, quote, unquote, and racist. His attempts to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education, according to the NEA, are fascist, authoritarian, and racist. Superintendent Megan Degenfelder called these claims patently false and also incendiary leftist rhetoric that has inspired assassination attempts on the president and acts of violence, intimidation, vandalism. She said words like this, statements like this from the NEA are equivalent to dangerous acts putting our president at risk. And therefore, Superintendent Degenfelder said, I am calling on the Wyoming Education Association, which falls basically under the umbrella of NEA, to denounce. Let's see what you say. And of course, Degenfelder has butted heads with the WEA on two different occasions. Wyoming Education Association is suing the Wyoming Department of Education. 2 lawsuits, in fact, and Superintendent Degenfelder was on with us on the show the other day, like a week or so ago, talking about those 2 lawsuits. So she's not exactly, she does not see eye to eye with the WEA, but she's calling on them. You've got to make a statement here. The NEA just carried on against Trump with irresponsible and dangerous political narrative. She said it must stop. It's particularly harmful when it's being perpetuated by public educator advocates who are supposed to be modeling civility and good citizenship to our students. Amen. And she wants to see if the WEA will indeed develop a voice of its own and say the NEA is out of line with their recent statements. Superintendent Degenfelder calls on WEA to denounce NEA's dangerous attack on the president. That's latest report out of the Wyoming Department of Education. Let's take a quick break with our friends over at the Game and Fish Department. Ray, what do you say?
Ever since a resumption of stocking about 10 years ago, a fishing area in Fremont County is giving catfish anglers a good place to catch their favorite species. I'll have details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Recent sampling by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department shows that channel catfish in Kinnear Pond are doing well, offering a solid fishing opportunity for Fremont County anglers this summer. Located just southeast of the community of Kinnear, Kinnear Pond is part of the Ocean Lake Wildlife Habitat Management Area. It's stocked with about 2,400 channel catfish every other year. Sampling conducted in June found that the catfish population there is strong and includes fish over 20 inches and 4 pounds. The average fish length was 13 inches, and recent angler reports suggest that even larger catfish are being caught. Paul Garrity, Lander Region fisheries biologist, says the population has really responded since regular stocking resumed in 2015. He says Kinnear Pond is a small but productive fishery that provides a great opportunity for folks looking to catch channel catfish close to home. Catfish stocking was paused there between 2006 and 2014 due to a lack of available fish from out-of-state culture facilities. That caused the population there to decline. Since resuming the stocking schedule in 2015, though, the lake has rebounded. While there is limited shore access on this WHMA, the best way to fish Kinnear Pond is by boat. Game and Fish maintains a small boat ramp on the west side of the lake or pond that's suitable for small motorized watercraft such as John boats. Larger boats, though, are discouraged as the pond covers just 68 acres, and most areas there less than 10 feet deep. Anglers are reminded that much of the shoreline around Kinnear Pond is privately owned. So respect landowner boundaries, refrain from fishing on private property without permission, and be mindful of nearby residences by limiting noise and avoiding littering. Game and Fish encourages anglers to enjoy this hidden gem and take advantage of the renewed channel catfish fishing opportunity in Fremont County. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Thank you, Ray. And a reminder from Game and Fish, it's that time of year again where the water is warming and trout fishermen are advised to please be careful with the fish. Don't wrestle with them. Don't play them for too long. Warm waters really don't do well for fish, so keep that in mind when you're out there fishing. That'll do it for us. Cowboy State Daily Show wraps up for a Tuesday. Have a great day.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.